more than enough to get everything you need on the skill page, and I really just wouldn't worry about it. Now from here, the game jumps into a tutorial after you yourself come back from the dead, and we'll talk about that a little more here in just a second. I want to talk about the tutorial first. So the tutorial literally just goes over the basics. As tutorials go, this game has a pretty solid tutorial. It goes over the basics of combat, the basic styles of combat. Do you want to use stealth and daggers? You can use a bow. Do you want to go melee and shield? Do you want to be a mage or a sorcerer and cast spells and use magical weapons to deal elemental damage? The tutorial is pretty solid at showing what the game can actually do for you. And in terms of combat styles, that basically comes down to 3 different types of abilities. And those are sorcery, finesse, and might. Now these are essentially skill trees. You're going to get about 3 points to spend on all of them across the board every time you level up. So you're going to get 3 points per level up to put into either sorcery, finesse, or might. And this will kind of determine your play style as well as the equipment you can wear, as equipment you find in the world will have requirements of these attributes to use, usually only one of them. But you'll find armor that has a certain finesse requirement, a certain sorcery requirement, or a certain might requirement in order to be worn. And the game does actually allow a certain amount of mix and matching here, and it kind of expects you to do that, because the other thing I want to talk about in terms of building your character is your destiny. Basically, as you continue the story just a little bit farther, you'll run into a fate weaver who can show you your destiny, if you will. Once you have a certain amount of points in any of the 3 trees we just talked about, you can unlock certain destinies for them, which will then give you passive bonuses and things to the damage and things you do of that type. So there are sorcery destinies, might destinies, finesse destinies, as well as mix and matching them. And you can just freely swap between the destinies you have unlocked at any time, and it'll give you a combat bonus depending on which destiny you have. So sorcery and finesse destinies will kind of have a combination of finesse abilities and sorcery abilities, and it'll kind of give you bonuses to each of those things. Or if you go pure sorcery, you'll get a ton of bonuses to just that one thing. Character building and kind of the tutorial and stuff out of the way, let's talk about the story setups. What actually is the story of this game before we jump into the rest of it? Well, basically, there are Fae and the mortal races. The Fae can be killed temporarily, however, after a time, they will eventually come back to life, so they're immortal. But for the most part, they coexist with the mortal races just fine, until a group of Fae called the Tuatha rises up and takes over one of the houses of Fae, as they are divided up into separate kinds of Fae, usually into houses. But the Tuatha take control of the Winter Fae, as they're known, and they start warring with the mortal races. This war goes on for a couple decades before the game starts, and the Tuatha are winning under the leadership of a man named Gadflow, who seems to be, for all intents and purposes, quite different from other Fae. And as time goes on, mortal races are slowly losing this battle of attrition simply because when they die, they're dead, and the Fae keep coming back. So as such, the mortal races are looking for a way around this. And it seems they're doing a lot of research into souls and necromancy and things, and trying to basically bring people back to life in an attempt to turn the tide here, which goes completely unsuccessful until you come along, because the game starts with you being carted off as a dead body, everyone thinking you're another failed experiment, but then, magically, you come back to life and you become the Fateless One. The game itself has a lot of concepts of predestination, which is that like everything you do has already been pre-decided, so to speak, but you, as the Fateless One, aren't tied to any of this because they brought you back from death. And this manifests itself in your ability to shift the fate of others, meaning that basically you can change the future, whereas everyone else is kind of predestined to be this one thing only. And of course, the story follows us trying to find out, how we died, how we can oppose Gadflow, what our position as the Fateless One means. And while I'm not going to go into it a ton, the story itself is fun for the most part. It's very linear, not a lot of choices to be made or anything like that, but the story itself is decent. So with that stuff out of the way, let's talk about world building. Now you're kind of dumped into the world after the tutorial, and it's a big open world, so you're kind of free to explore and do what you will for the most part. However, of course, you are given the main quest to track down and follow. And then there's also a ton of side quests and things that you can track down, which is the bulk of the game, of course. But let's talk about the world building. The actual lore and things that are happening in the background between all the Fae, the factions and stuff, for the most part, it's pretty good. The biggest detractor for the world building, though, is that the actual exploration part of it is pretty barren. There's really not much to find. In fact, really the only thing you're going to find by exploring the world are these things called lore stones. And if you find all of them...
Yeah, and that was my problem with this game. This is where I always bail, right about here. It's funny.
Hey, what up, boys? So I make this video with quite a heavy heart, and it's not one that I thought I'd ever make. It seems my time covering Ashes of Creation has come to an end, and from this point onwards, I will be distancing myself from the
Well, he always plays every single one of his videos. He steals the music from Valheim.
For its community and the developers.
It's a good track, but it's sort of weird that I mean,
I'm sure there
his
are
entire career he has the track from Valheim running in the background.
many questions as to why I'm doing this, so today I'm going to explain why and set expectations for this channel's future. Now, this all started about...
Oh, I can tell you why. If this is what Ashes of Creation actually
I'm sure
looks
there are
like,
many
this looks like a complete scam. It looks so bad.
questions as to why I'm doing this, so today I'm going to
Look how barren this land looks.
explain why and set expectations for this channel's future. Now,
But I think you can do cool stuff like chop trees and stuff, so I don't know, maybe it is cool.
this all started about a year ago when Intrepid Studios announced that they would be stopping their 250 pack sales temporarily in order to generate a huge amount of FOMO, or fear of missing out, as they continued to show live streams of the game's so-called development. I knew back then that miscommunication or straight up lies were being utilized in order to hide the truth. I've seen it before. What's he gonna do next? What's he gonna do? Is he gonna stop selling Alpha 2 keys and then reintroduce Alpha 2 keys again 2 months before the Alpha 2? Is that what he's gonna do next? Holy shit, just like he did with Alpha 1. Do you guys remember that? Lo and behold, just
I'm
as
so
I knew
happy
it would,
that I
the
haven't
pack
become
sales
this,
came back not
that I'm not
only
like
in the
this.
form of a much lower price, but it also came in the form of 3 phases, delivering a very underdeveloped alpha release that had been promised to us these last 4 years under the price of $250. Leading into this, I had very little interaction with Stephen J. Sharif because I have no
What is with that fucking wrinkle on your forehead?
interest in actually talking to the man.
Oh,
This
never mind.
is why I didn't do interviews or accept
Look at the wrinkle on his forehead. This guy, I've always thought he was a clown. I've always kind of thought this dude was a full-blown clown. When he dresses up like a clown, it doesn't help.
any behind-the-scenes information
All the pizza and the soda in the background was so
because
dumb.
I simply do not care. My priority is making entertaining videos for you, and I didn't feel like doing an interview or having information really helped me in that regard. I
don't think he's a bad content creator, though. I've never thought that. I just don't like him. It's weird. Occasionally, I'll be like, this guy has a really good career. He's fun to watch, etc. But I don't like him, you know? I don't actually like this guy. It's weird.
Seeing the game be developed from a normal person's point of view. And I take pride in the fact that I am just a normal guy looking in on this game's development. I think it gives a very relatable and unique perspective that no other content creator really has. My priority is making entertaining
Oh my god, look how bad that
videos
looks.
in a way that I find
Look how crappy that fucking looks.
funny, poking
This game looks so bad. It looks worse than PAX Day.
at the state of the game and how much of a potential scam it could be. This has been a very successful format because it plays
I've
on
always
the irony
thought-
of a project that is charging $250 but
It's
has
weird that Pirate Software embraced Ashes of Creation as much as he did. Because I've always thought of it as kind of like a scam. It's starting to really fucking look like and feel like fucking Cyberpunk. Like it's going to tank horribly.
full control over
I don't think this looks
the
that
narrative, despite how ridiculous everything seems.
good. Maybe I've become a graphics snob. I don't need the graphics to look amazing. But those houses don't look that good to me. I don't know. Wait, does something aggro me? No.
Showing amazing showcases that completely blew our minds. More on this later.
Why is he dressed up like a clown? He's such a clown.
This is YouTube. I work for myself. I am in no way paid or obligated to praise the game disingenuously. Ashes of Creation offers a referral program, and in my opinion, by using the referral program, it kind of invalidates your opinions of the game and systems due to the real money incentive that is offered through this scheme. Be it a pyramid, Ponzi, or multi-level marketing scheme, it doesn't matter. What matters is that the content creators using it are receiving real-life benefits by utilizing it. They profit off your $250, so of course they are going to bend the truth to incentivize you to buy in, which leads me into the current state of things.
Yeah, you've been a
Personally,
shill
I don't
for a
think Phase
long
1 was
time.
in an acceptable state to test the game.
Neither
It was
did
sold
I.
to us as a networking test. Yet, now that the Phase 2 has launched, no networking strides have been made, and their so-called dynamic gridding still isn't implemented.
You know, it's
despite
weird.
being told on
Steven Sharif always set off my alarms as a scammy sort of dude, because he would drop Arcage as his main, like, you know, like the main MMO that he played, and that he wanted to make another Arcage type game. But anybody who knows understands that Arcage was this failed experiment that ended up being this gotcha hell, that they robbed a bunch of money from the community, and it sucked. And inside of the first 10 minutes that I ever saw, you know, Steven Sharif talk, I think it was on an Asmongold video. And, like, inside of 10 minutes, he dropped Arcage, and I was like, Arcage? Fucking Arcage? He's like, yeah, the only game I've ever played is Arcage. And I'm like, ugh. Fucking Arcage? You didn't play WoW, huh? You want to make an MMO, but you didn't play WoW? That seems fucking weird to me. Fucking weird. And so,
multiple occasions it's coming. Initially, we were told it already exists.
Right now, dynamic gridding is in place. Right now, what we are doing is we are optimizing, fixing performance around that, and the current goal, which is on target, is that dynamic gridding will be online by the start of Alpha 2.
Then we found out that it's coming in late Phase 1. Then we're told that it's coming at the launch of Phase 2.
yeah, I've really, after seeing the state of Star Citizen, after seeing X4 Foundations, and then seeing Star Citizen and understanding how bad Star Citizen actually is, I think that's a scam. I think PAX Day is a scam. I think Ashes of Creation is a scam. I think there's a lot of problems coming. The MMO community, these three MMOs, they're like the pretty much the future of MMOs rest on these worthless games that I've played before. I've played all three of these games. I've played PAX Day. I've played I haven't played Ashes of Creation, excuse me. I've not played AOC yet, because they want money, and I'm not giving them money to beta test their fucking game. How much of a tool do you think I am? I'm not gonna pay you money anymore to fucking stress test your worthless fucking MMOs. I'm not doing that anymore. I learned the hard way. What was that one? I really wanted to get into the Enshrouded beta. So I like went and I pressured the Discord people to give me a fucking key, and when they didn't, I realized that I was like acting like this like child, and I was coming in and making demands like they owed me or something like that, and I was like extremely angry with how much I wanted that fucking beta key, and I was also extremely angry with, like, you know, how it felt, and then I was like angry. I was extremely angry. Over that Enshrouded beta thing, and it's not even that good of a game, Enshrouded. I was just sort of like clickbaited, like, or not clickbaited, but sort of like, you know, yeah, I was like clickbaited by Force Gaming, and Force is good, but he doesn't always have the best opinion. He does have good taste, but he doesn't always have the best opinion. He was like, oh, you know, Enshrouded's really good, and no, Enshrouded wasn't that good. It's good. It's got good glider flight in it, and building, and it is a good game. But it's a derivative survival game that was not what Force himself said that it was going to be. That he said it would be these public servers that a lot of people would be on, that you would meet community and go build, like, you know, bases with them and stuff like that, like Rust. It was not like that. It was a single player goddamn Dark Souls ripoff. It's a single player Souls-like with a glider. And while the game itself is good and has a lot of good content and stuff, I like Enshrouded, and I intend to return to it soon. I also don't, I felt lied to. I felt lied to by them. I felt lied to by PAX Day. I feel lied to by Ashes of Creation. Now, Ashes of Creation is looking worse than fucking PAX Day, and that's really weird. It was supposed to be the other way around. Ashes of Creation has about as much goddamn money as fucking Star Citizen does. And yet this is what they come up with, these games that honestly look about as good as Pantheon did. Look, I'm sorry, but you guys are kind of like scammy. I don't know. When you look at Mortal 2, you begin to understand how lucky Hemrick got, because I think he broke into the industry when it was still possible to do that as an outsider. But these people, they come in as outsiders, and they're like brand new companies and stuff, and we don't trust them. We don't really trust them. I don't trust Ashes of Creation. I really don't. I don't know why Pirate Software, a man who I know Pirate Software is really fucking smart, but I just don't understand how Pirate Software is backing Ashes of Creation. You can see this piece of crap right now in front of your fucking face. It's right here. He just showed it to us. This piece of crap looks worse than fucking Enshrouded or whatever. Worse than PAX Day.
The current goal, which is on target, is
the graphics look better, and it's looking a little better, but this game does not look good. It looks like it's running in fucking 50 frames. The tech looks like it's from the last gen, not the next gen. And usually with MMOs, you want the game to look so fucking blindingly beautiful at the launch, like New World. New World was blindingly beautiful and very bad on frames when it first launched, because it's such a beautiful fucking game. But then whatever, their tech caught up, and now their frames have caught up, and this thing sits at between 100 and 120 frames, no problem. They fixed their client. It took them a couple of years and all this. So, but New World still does look a lot fucking better. When you look at New World, like right now, with this pyramid and this ice thing in the sky and shit, and the high polygon, high texture fucking plants, and the binaural sound and all this, and the way the boulder has a lot of fucking little rock, deviation in it and stuff, and how, like, how the cactus looks and stuff. It doesn't look amazing, but it looks good. And like, I'm not even in Ultra. I should go to Ultra, but I don't know. I run public raids a lot, and it does kind of lag you out. But yeah, and so when I look at this, I'm like, oh, well, there's a game that actually is out, that actually is good, that actually has good graphics, that I don't need to worry about whether it's good or not, or that if it's biting off more than it can chew. Now, we're desperate to get the system that Stephen Sheree promised, which is the node system, where you move in with a bunch of randos into a town, and you build like your life there, and you keep all your loot there, and as you kill mobs and do farming and chop trees and stuff outside, the node evolves and turns in from a village to a town to a city to a metropolis, right? And the more people, the more humans spend time there, the better the market gets, and the better the crafting bonuses are. They had this system in New World. New World has the same system. It's just not really like it's not as revolutionary of a concept, which is that the town evolves with all with all of the activity of the people that are playing the game. Now, they believed that they had this power like 5 years ago, but I don't think we have the tech to do something like that yet. I don't think we have the kind of tech that can evolve an MMO town with the people. I think he promised this snake oil thing that he's not actually delivered, kind of like Star Citizen. Like Star Citizen will deliver eventually. You can tell because it does have a shooter, and it does have like flight, and it does play like X4 Foundations, and it does have a shooter, and it does have like this weird tech shooter thing that they wanted to promise. But I'm starting to sort of doubt that dream. I'm watching Eve try to do Vanguard, and these shooters are a dime a dozen, and I'm sort of doubting that belief that Star Citizen needs tech shooting. It's really nice that it has it, because we all want like another Rust. But I don't think Star Citizen is going to be able to promise what they wanted to promise, which was this huge, like, comparable to real life worlds with tons of fucking content and tax shooting and Rust content, like stealing ships and stuff like this. And building giant fucking ships up in the sky and doing intergalactic battles and stuff with other people and shit. And they will deliver this probably in like 5 or 10 years. They will deliver some facsimile of it, but it's not going to be good by the time it arrives. There will be too much competition by the time it does hit. I feel that way about Ashes of Creation. Say what you want about New World. New World is providing everything that Stephen Sharif promised. Right now, today, New World is providing everything that Stephen Sharif promised. Like, for instance, if you live in Everfall, which is where I live, you are subject to the people and whether or not they fight the invasions or wars to keep the town at a level 5 tier. It says, you can see we have tier 5 everything, and the fees are really not too bad because I've been living in Everfall a long time, and I level I level Everfall, and so, but you can lose this if other people do not keep up with the wars and the invasions and the PvP and stuff. If they don't protect the town from the outside elements that are coming in, the town devolves back down to tier 1, and you lose all of your crafting there. And so you see these desperate landowners in the chat all the time being like, please come help us defend Everfall. Please come engage in the war between Waffle House and the USPS. Please come engage in the invasion and all this. You see them begging, and they'll be like, we'll bribe you. We'll give you 2,000 gold if you show up and do the roster to help me keep my town at tier 5. And they'll bribe some crazy amount, like 30 grand. And they'll out to like 20 people and shit, 2 grand each and shit like that, 40 grand and shit. You'll see them bribing people to come do the content because it's hard to get them to come do the content. They're just focused on their own lives. They aren't thinking about the rights of the town, But we do come and help these guys when they ask for help with the invasions, because we don't want Everfall to de-level. We don't want Brimstone to de-level. That's not good for the public. So that is the node system. New World knew that it had to compete with Ashes of Creation. It didn't know how to do it, so it did this stuff with invasions and wars for these towns. And Stephen Sharif wanted to compete with New World, and everybody thought New World might be kind of revolutionary, and I believe it quietly was. And in the background, New World was kind of, like revolutionary in the background. It was quietly so. And now I look at the reality of, I'm in this game. It's running at 120 frames per second. It's fucking like the most beautiful game I've ever played. It absolutely outdoes WoW a lot of the time because it's a lot more naturalist beauty than WoW. It doesn't have that cartoony thing going on. It has natural beauty of, like, look, right now on screen is something like 6,000 fucking, it is like, it's not 6,000, it is like 1,000 though. There's like 1,000 cactuses on screen right now. You can see the natural beauty. You can see some fog and some frame loss, but I mean, I'm running 3 games at once, and this is on GeForce Now. I could turn it up. I guess I'm out of the public rates, so I could turn up the graphics higher, which I will do. But I more and more I realize that we are on ultra graphics right now, so it is pulling like 105 on a 4080. And it's doing fine. The game's doing great. The game's fucking beautiful. And I think all the time, these fucking hollow promises that Star Citizen made, that PAX Day made, that Ashes Creation made, these hollow promises, they were delivered by New World. But New World is everybody's like fucking like redheaded stepchild they like to kick around for some fucking reason. They did this with Fallout 76 too. 76 delivers a lot more than most MMOs deliver. There's base building in it, and I mean like real base building, as in like Rust base building that might matter because mobs come, It's got real base building when a lot of other fucking games just plain don't have it. And it has it in this fundamentally crazy way where you can do it pretty much anywhere in the world, and you can turn anywhere in the world into your own personal fiefdom, and you can build by any dungeon that you like, which was revolutionary for its time. And I think about this, I'm like, they kicked 76 and New World around for years and said that they were like the worst MMOs that anybody had ever made. But when you really think about what New World and Fallout 76 actually supply during the time that we need it, like, you know, they are supplying good PvE with base building, and Once Human is too. And in New World is supplying good Souls-like combat and good public rating. In a fucking industry that's devoid of it, like fucking devoid of good combat. I would say WoW has good combat. It does. Both retail and hardcore have good MMO combat, but it's not addictive Souls-like combat like this. That is skills, you know, that is skill based. And if that guy has played a lot of, you know, like Dark Souls games, he's gonna be really good at New World. And when you come up against them in PvP, you can see that they aren't a joke. They've been doing Bloodborne PvP and shit like that. They aren't like me. They're not a joke. They've been doing this stuff. And so and all the time I think, well, my little Souls-like RuneScape is still better than all of these games combined and all of the promises that they have. I'm gonna plug my phone in, but I don't want to. If I put that cord, where's that cord at? There it is. If I put this cord into my phone, will it at least prevent my phone from dying at least? This cord is like busted. It's fucking annoying. I can't really get this thing in the slot that I need to. It's fucking annoying. Turn around. Gotta plug my phone in. It's at 15%. God damn it, you're fucking so annoying. This fucking thing. Go in the slot view. There. Okay. Maybe it was unplugged is what it was. Maybe that's why it wasn't charging. I don't know. But anyways, so let's plug my phone in and see if it prevents this thing from dying. Even if it is a slow cord, it'll still charge it, I think. Yeah, this should charge my phone. Should be at least prevent it from dying anyways. So
That dynamic gridding will be online by the start of
yeah, this server meshing stuff, they're like, oh, it's revolutionary, we're doing server meshing, but we've had layering for fucking 15 years. That's not revolutionary. We've had that since Guild Wars 1. We had it before WoW did it. You know, I mean, he's like, look, we have phasing, and it's like, well, we all kind of assumed that you would have phasing. How the fuck else were you gonna make this MMO? You know, most MMOs have phasing, yeah. And they have their like hands out looking for like this credit. It's like money credit. They want money credit from us, these developers that are kind of scammy. They're like, hey, I got phasing in my game now. And it's like, well, yeah, but we all kind of assumed that you would have had that in your dreams since 2009 or something like that. We all assumed that you had that you had phasing, and then he comes out with his hand out like he's asking for credit, like full blown like reputational credit in the form of money. And he's like, "Look at what I did! I put phasing in my game." And we're like, "Yeah, but I mean, we've had phasing in WoW since 2012, since Warlords of Draenor, or whatever." I'm not sure exactly when it started, but it was a long time ago. I don't think that's very impressive. It's like you have your hand out looking for reputational credit money, essentially, from us for these things that are really basic. Like, for instance, the evolving node town idea. That's not better than Rust. Rust has that. You can build a village in Rust that'll rival, like, you know, the entire server. You can build a wall. You can build a China wall around your village in Rust, and you can man the China wall with guards who have AKs and shit. Like, you know, you can, like, literally you can do this stuff in Rust. You absolutely can. So they're like, oh, it's gonna be so revolutionary when we do the node system for our PvE Ashes of Creation game. And it's like, motherfucker, we've been done having that in Rust for like 13 years. Mortals had it for 20. And they come out with their hands out being like, we put phasing in our game, and it's like, oh yeah, or there's nodes, you know, the towns evolve, and I'm like, I don't know if have you ever lived in a Rust village? Because I have, and I've seen a town evolve. It's not that amazing. It's fun. It's really fun the first time you do it, but it's not this end-all be-all gameplay loop that you seem to think it is, like the town evolving and watching the credit of all the people's work turn into something greater. That's cool, but I've seen it before. before. I've seen that a lot before. I've seen it in Mortal. I've seen it in fucking EVE Online. I've seen people take over whole systems and kick me out before. I've seen Wormhole Corps come in and kick us out of our fucking system and shit. I've seen this shit before. You're there with your fucking hands out being like, oh my god, I've got this crazy new revolutionary node system for my game, and the town's gonna evolve along with the people. And then you go and you look at New World, and you begin to realize that New World has that system, and has had that system since day one, and it's not even that fun of a system. It's like, Steven Shreve tends to do it a little bit better, and people like Pirate Software are trusting him for some reason, and Asmongold and stuff, and I don't really understand that, because when I look at the game, I'm like, ooh, the game looks like poopy caca, the frames look like poopy caca, the netcode looks like poopy caca, the concepts aren't that good anymore, the evolving node system is not this revolutionary thing. All you're really describing is essentially building. You're describing a builder and how a builder evolves, except instead of a base, it's a town, and that's not that revolutionary of a concept anymore. I know that maybe you didn't play Rust, Steven Sharif, but I did. I have fucking 6,000 hours in Rust, and I'm sorry, it's not that impressive to me to watch a town evolve. That's not that crazy. I've seen it enough to know that it's not that fucking crazy. It's not this end-all be-all gameplay thing that should inspire the community to give you $1 billion like they did Star Citizen. We know why they gave Star Citizen $1 billion, right? They gave him like $740 million or something like that, right? We know why they did this. A, the graphics. B, the fucking orbital entry and exit. That's and how big the worlds are. And he did deliver, so we gave him $1 billion. You know, because we are enamored with those concepts. We like those concepts of giant worlds that we can fly around in, that are the size of a real planet and stuff like that. So we can go be the fucking Star Wars like kid that we all are, like truly are deep down inside, and all this. Like what we thought No Man's Sky was going to be. We really thought No Man's Sky was going to be revolutionary, but no, it turned out to be a crappy PS4 game, you know. It was kind of a crappy single-player PS4 game. It wasn't anywhere near what that man promised, anywhere near it, and it still isn't. And so now, these concepts, they drop them when they don't exist yet, so they're like, I've got the new hot shit on the streets, and I've got an evolving town. And we're like, okay, cool. But then you begin to realize that the New World has had that for 4 years. It's been out. It's been done live. It's been running. These towns, they evolve through 5 tiers, exactly like Steven Sharif did. What did New World do? They knew they needed to compete with Ash's Creation, so they just stole the system and they just put it in their game. And now that it's been in the game for 4 years, or however long New World has been out, it's just not that fucking impressive anymore. It's not that impressive. That evolution system, it's going to be really cool when it hits, and the developers start playing with it and stuff. It's going to be fucking amazing. But some of us have been playing the greatest game of all time, which is technically Rust, you know? Or Minecraft, depending on how you look at it. It's really it's Minecraft, because Minecraft has terraforming. Rust doesn't. But I mean, but a bunch of us have been playing Minecraft and Terraria and Stardew Valley and Rust. A bunch of us have been playing builders that are actually like totally competent, or 76 if you want a less competent builder. You know, like we've been playing games that like, oh, DayZ is a competent builder. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people have been playing DayZ. A lot of people have been playing Ark. We've been playing games that kind of dwarf the achievement that Steven Sharif seems to think that an evolution of a town based on how many people are there and what they're doing and stuff, that is not that revolutionary. EVE Online has been doing that for 20 years. They did it before. They did it back when there was 56k modems, and Steven Sharif comes crawling up on his knees like with his hands out, being like, money, please, and he's like, you know, oh, we have evolving towns, and like the EVE player in me is like, big whoop. Big whoop. Seen it for 20 years. It's not that big of a fucking deal. It's not worth the $1 billion that these fucking idiot nerds like Narc seem to be handing you all the time. And you seem kind of crooked in your approach. And then we get bad news from you over and over and over and over again. We see the piece of crap and how bad it looks, and we're like, ooh.
late phase 1, then we're told
You
that
do all this phase stuff, that all these scam arts, you know, you do the same exact stuff that CDPR did when they released Cyberpunk. You call it phases, and you try to do 2.0 releases and all this stupid ass shit, and it has all the bona fide fucking signs of a scam.
it's coming at
You know, I intended to look at all 3 of these games today. I was going to look at Ashes of Creation, PAX Day, and Star Citizen, you know, because I think they are the 3 biggest scams in the MMO industry that we've ever had. I think they are.
launch of phase 2, yet
Okay, there's this weird thing happening with Steven Sharif. Like, okay, 4 years ago, Steven Sharif looked like this young dude with a lot of promise and all this stuff. Now he looks tired, like he's done a presidential bid or something like that. He looks like Obama after the 8 years. You can see the white in his beard, and you can see the stress that he's under. And it's weird, and I've seen the change in Steven Sharif. I've seen the change in House of Flies, and I don't trust him.
here we are in phase 2.
Now he's still got that spunk and that perk, and he still talks like one of my best friends. He still talks like a genius. He is a genius, but like something about him, I don't trust him. He's got that look of somebody who's burnt out. He's got that burnt out developer look, and I don't trust him at all. I think he's out for our money.
And all they've done is delete 5 of their servers and claim they've doubled their server workers. They now claim that they have...
This looks like fucking balls. This looks terrible. It looks like the first time I ever saw Warhammer Age of Reckoning, or whatever it was. Yeah, was it Age of Reckoning? Like, those graphics were good, but they weren't great. And that's exactly how I feel about this. These graphics are good, but they are not great. They're not fun to look at. And the UI looks like utter garbage. These bars look like utter garbage. I can't stand when they put the mini-map in the lower right corner. Why the fuck did they do that? I mean, I guess it's less work for your eyes to drift downwards right than it is to top right. But you guys put mini-maps on our top right screen in every single game for the last 20 years. So when you go against the fucking, when you reinvent the wheel, my eye doesn't travel naturally to this lower right mini-map that you know, Bellwright and PAX Day and all these other ones are doing. And I can't stand this fucking mini-map in the lower right corner, some of the choices. I don't like how this looks like the same UI that Warhammer Age of Reckoning used. I don't like the health bars. I don't like the fucking... I mean, I don't mind this that much. It seems okay. But I actually don't really like this experience that much. I don't like what I'm seeing.
Pay players per server.
I think this combat looks worse. I don't frankly know how this is possible. But this combat looks fucking worse than... you know... Throne and Liberty. This combat looks worse than Throne and Liberty. Throne and Liberty was fun to play. You know, it actually was. This combat it does not look fun to play.
Hard to believe that
I do not look forward to this combat. I did this combat for 17 years on WoW, and I know Tab Target sucks dick now compared to New World.
Even 6,000
You need to aim if you want to be a fucking gamer, in my opinion.
players logged in at all.
This Tab Target shit, I'm so sick of this stupid shit. I couldn't believe Throne and Liberty wanted to fucking throw Tab Target again, and I can't believe this game wants to do it. I couldn't believe Pantheon wanted to do it. Tab Target fucking sucks.
The whole
Tab Target completely removes the fucking skill from the fucking game. It completely removes it. There's no... The only depth to Tab Target combat is getting behind a pillar and pillar humping. We all know it. We all did it in the arena for 10 years. I know better than to play these Tab Target games. Tab Target fucking sucks dick now. I tried to play WoW Retail recently. I leveled a hunter to level whatever it was, 13 or something like that, and I full-blown quit. I was like, this Tab Target combat is frankly fucking boring to me because I've now done too much new. I've done too much New World. I just have. I've done too much New World. I have. And so now I can't go back. I can't regress to that Tab Target fucking combat after seeing something better for 4 years. I don't want to do shitty Tab Target combat anymore. I don't want to do WoW Classic. I don't want to do WoW Hardcore. I think it's a bad game mode. I think the combat sucks. I don't want to do Tab Target combat in fucking 2025. I don't care if that's what you guys did for 20 years. I still don't think it equals a good game. I never really did. I was happy when I quit WoW in 2015. I was like, I am so sick of this dinosaur engine and this dinosaur Tab Target combat and this dinosaur shit. You know, press a button and craft 50,000 things without having to do anything, or you know, it's just like wasn't really. I don't really like WoW's UI that much anymore. It's not engaging to me like it used to be.
Or 18 biomes are supposed to.
So I see somebody just trying to copy it, and I'm like, no. Now this map, I've got to say, this map looks fucking amazing. So, you know, but this map always did look fucking amazing. And I see this map and I'm like, can I go steal this island and just hold it from people? And they're like, yes, you can. And I'm like, yeah, right, I'll believe it when I see it. That's what they said about Arcade, but no, it was like this crappy naval combat that would take hours and hours that wasn't fun. That was tab target, so it was frankly retarded. The naval combat in tab target is fucking retarded. It's kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like Assassin's Creed Black Flag or something. You bring your ship up across the bow, and you open up with a volley of your DPS's like best raid damage, and whoever does better splash damage kills the boat. You know, and that combat, in theory, it's fun, but it's not this master and commander shit that you think it is. It's just Civil War combat where you line up one boat against another boat, you all tab target to one single target, and you dump your DPS, kill that target, repeat. It's not fun. It's not fun like it used to be. It was fun when we started in 2008. That shit is not fun anymore. Blob combat is not fun anymore.
To 10,000 players. So how can just one
Blob
biome
PvP is
have
not fun
6,000?
anymore. It's like if you're either the 59 guys killing the one guy, or you're the one guy. That's it. There's no strategy to it. There's no thinking about it. There's no going back for ammo or changing course or flanking or anything like that anymore. Not really. It's just you're either the 60 blob or you're the dude that the 60 blob is killing. That's it. I can't stand modern blob PvP. It's offensive to me. And when I see them, when they seem to think that their game should be like that, after seeing Throne of Liberty fail horribly in the West, I don't understand why they think that this Throne of Liberty approach is going to work for them. It's not going to.
Unfortunately, the state of the networking makes the combat, arguably
fucking terrible,
Ashes of Creation's main strength, completely unplayable, and thus causes the test to feel tedious and boring. But it's just an alpha, right?
Now you can tell that this man is extremely smart. It's weird. You can see the intelligence shining in his eyes, but I still don't like him.
Get that, guys.
Sometimes I will give a person, you know, a platform on my stream who I believe is actually intelligent, you know, even though I might not like them, you know.
I've been covering this game for 4 years. I'm well aware that it is an alpha.
It's not even out. Yeah, you played a role in this, Narc. You kind of played a role in how bad, you know, this went, too. You played a role in this.
The state of the game is not what I'm...
It's fucking sad. I care about the state of the game. This looks worse than Throne and Liberty. It looks way, way worse than Throne and Liberty. I'd rather play Throne and Liberty than this piece of shit. Absolutely. And I don't like Throne and Liberty. You know, it's weird, because now, between the three games, Star Citizen... PAX Day and Ashes of Creation, I think PAX Day is the playable one, which is insane. I did play PAX Day for 15 minutes before I was like, this is garbage, goodbye. but I would say it was playable. It was actually playable right now today. Star Citizen is not playable. Ashes of Creation is in fucking alpha and will be for another 5 years or something. So is Star Citizen. And PAX Day is out. It's on the Steam store. And of the three, I think PAX Day is the one that's actually playable. I don't think PAX Day is a good game, but I think it's the only playable title out of these three scam artist titles.
Concerned about. It is the seemingly deceptive.
And they all act like Cyberpunk. They all do release stuff the way the CDPR handled Cyberpunk. CDPR knew it had a fucking theft on its hands, and it had to respond.
Communication that's going on
What's with this fucking giant sun?
Between Intrepid and their testers. This lack of communication isn't just shared by me, but it's shared by everyone in my community and the majority of the other content creators, all of which straight up quit making consistent content, which leads me into the main point. Phase 2 is simply an unsuitable testing environment.
This looks like garbage. This looks so much worse than fucking Throne and Liberty. I'm like, why would I play this over Throne and Liberty?
Stephen Sharif claims that this is a true alpha, yet they present the game in a way that is to be played like it's a launched product. We have to grind for 50 hours to even test
Fuck that shit. I'm not doing that.
anything, which doesn't...
I'm not. That's what PAX Day expected us to do too. I'm like, nah, just throw me up in a throw me up with a bunch of unlimited mats and let me build. And I don't care about what the game plays like in this early stage. Why you would make me farm up the mats to mess with your building is beyond me. That's dumb. But I mean, they wanted to do live release. They wanted to have Asmongold build a castle. You know, I don't blame them.
makes sense, and is why testers are dropping.
People forget the pack stays there, but it is sitting there on the Steam store and has been on the Steam store for like a year, and it is selling, and not a lot of people are playing it because it sucks, but it is there and it is playable. And of these three titles, it's the only playable one. Pack Stay. And it's weird because Pax Day was the one that I initially thought might actually be the WoW killer. You know, I was like, Pax Day has the most promising PvP premises, and I don't know, I think the combat was an afterthought for them. They were almost on like a paleo trip where they weren't even thinking about combat. I don't think they wanted to do base building, and they did that fairly well, I believe. After seeing that castle that Asmongold built, I think they did the base building fine. My problem is like, okay, if you're having a stress test your game, why do you make these kids farm for 80-hour weeks just so they can build the castle just to see what the system is like? That's ridiculous. Why make the stress test painful in the grind? And that's what Pax Stay did, and it bored the tits off everybody. They left. That's what happens. Everybody left AOC. Everybody left Pax Stay. Everybody left Star Citizen. They get bored and they leave when they realize that it's not a real game. You'd have more fun on Enshrouded than you would all three of those games combined, because all three of those games are in alpha and they all suck, you know. And honestly, Enshrouded is actually a real game, you know, that does the same things that all those games kind of promise, except for like, you know, giant planets the size of entire universes with, you know, orbital exit and all that. But I mean, we've had that for a long time. Since Pilot Wings, we've been able to do like orbital exit and entry in video games and stuff. We did orbital drop for Fortnite way back in 2010 or something like that. We've been doing orbital entry for a long time. That is not good enough to charge the public $700 million for a game that you haven't supplied over 20 years, you know. So after this, we'll go look at Pax Stay and then finally Star Citizen. But I mean, and when I do Star Citizen, I have to do a stream because I need to see what Star Citizen looks like right now today. I don't care about what Star Citizen looks like at some con or something like that. I want to know what Star Citizen streams looks like right now today.
Lies, because we already did this and tested it all in phase 1.
One thing you could say about Star Citizen is the Robert Space Industry guy is not a hack. He actually has made a game, a successful game, and so he's not a hack. He absolutely has been in the industry for a long time. He's not a hack, and he does things like that prove that he's not a hack. Like, for instance, you can play Star Citizen while other EAC games are open because he didn't want his people limited to not play other games while this piece of shit that he works on for 30 years finally comes out. The game that they have right now is barely playable, so he wants them to be able to play other games. So he did not screw with EAC on Star Citizen. He did not screw around with it, and that is, to me, its only redeeming factor right now is you can play it while you're playing New World.
So
I mean, I don't know why you I mean, you could do that. I can do that. I can play Star Citizen off my drive, my SSD, and I can do New World on the GeForce Now, and I could do Star Citizen as a main. It is an acceptable game for me if it was a real game, but I mean, like, honestly, Kanga is more of a real game than Star Citizen is. Fucking so is X4 Foundations. It's fucking sad, but it's really true. That, like, when you begin to understand after you see X4 Foundations, when you see the precursor game that made X4 what it is, 4X, like the 4X genre and stuff. When you see the original creator of the 4X genre working in his sandbox, and it being superior to Star Citizen, you begin to understand how bad of a scam Star Citizen actually is. It fucking sucks. Now, are they going to always be a scam? The answer is no, because there is a real game in there somewhere. I played it. I'm very aware of it. There is a real game in there somewhere. It's not there yet, but it will be. I desperately want to escape to one of these new games. I look at this new world content of chopping trees all day, and I'm like, God damn it, it's so boring. I don't even have the wherewithal to go to ECR every day, because it is repetitive. It's sort of repetitive, you know. And like I said, I'm like, I'm like, God damn it, I need to escape to a new game, but I don't know what it is. I'm thinking that it's one of these three: Star Citizen, PAX Day, or AOC, but none of them are promising. I don't think. I mean, I'm not totally sure. I'm not totally sure. I really don't know. I don't know. I don't know if PAX Day is good or bad. That's the problem. I bought it and I played it and I returned it. I probably might do that again, which is annoying. I need to keep an eye on PAX Day, but I was like, this is a theory about a game at best. It's like a game that's a theory at best right now. PAX Day is like a theory. It's a theory that could conceivably work, yeah, if given enough attention and people. I don't want to buy a theory. I want a complete game.
Why did they wipe us and add no additional systems for us to test? To me, the vassal system or level 4 nodes would be one of the main reasons to wipe the servers, yet the vassal system or level 4 nodes weren't even introduced this phase. And now they even claim that they're not going to wipe at all. They are instead...
It reminds me of this old Simpsons joke where they're like, they make fun of the death of Mr. Burns, and Lisa becomes president and all this, and they make fun of Mr. Burns' death, and they have Mr. Smithers like walking around like 50 years later, and he's old and he's got gray hair and stuff, and he's like, don't worry, Mr. Burns, we're gonna save you as soon as we figure out the cure for 17 stab wounds in the back. And he's like, how are we doing, guys? And there's this room full of scientists, and all the oligarch money has funded them, and they're all sitting in there like drawing on panda boards and stuff, trying to figure it out and shit. And the fucking egghead nerds are like, we're up to 15. But they'll never actually discover the cure for 17 stab wounds in the back. This is a bunch of really funny commentary about oligarchs and problems, as well as in that. And so I am recalling that joke when I think of, like, you know, these games. I'm like, sooner or later, these games will no longer be a theory, you know, when we figure out the cure for you sucking dick for 17 years. That's how I feel about Star Citizen. Star Citizen will be good when we figure out the cure for Star Citizen sucking 17 years, you know? Sucking for 17 years. And when we figure out the cure for Star Citizen sucking for 17 years, we'll have Star Citizen.
Just going to
There's no cure for that.
Introduce new servers. So what's going to happen to those old servers? They claimed prior to Phase 2's launch that at the launch of this phase...
They're in, they're out, they're talking about Tier 4, but they don't supply it, all this stuff. The node system is obviously there, they're working on it, but I don't know, man. Was evolving these towns worth this much work? I feel like you picked a bunch of feature creep, and you picked the hardest thing to do out there, pretty much, short of terraforming, and I don't know about that choice.
Is the desert was going to receive an expansion.
I am just going to be talking about what's going to land on December 20th. We're going to go through what systems are going to land come December 20th. Let's talk a little bit about what we have coming up for December 20th.
He's talking, look, he looks so burnt out and tired to me. He looks like he's half asleep.
right? The desert as well. The desert is probably going to receive a little bit more love than the tropics will, given that its assets are obviously a bit more developed than the tropics location.
This prompted people to finally expect some remnants of the desert showcase that was shown in 2022. Yet, what we received was this: an empty wasteland that could be generated in Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, and you can see him actually steal when you go on to play the game during the test. You're like, oh god, this guy's stealing. And this guy, Narc, he's got to eventually face up to that fact that these guys are kind of thieves. It's sort of bad. We don't like it, but we like that they're trying. We try to have faith in them, if it helps any. We try to believe in them.
Seconds with the wind.
But then you see the empty land and you're like, oh.
And mirrorless nodes being copy-pasted onto them, slightly rotated. The state of the desert has obviously...
Why did you spend that much time on this fucking snail, but this little amount of time on the fucking world?
...sent a lot of people into it.
Why is that snail so fucking amazing? Why?
A confused frenzy.
Because you sold it in the shop for a lot of money, didn't you? I bet you did. Of course you did. You sold this snail in the shop for $100, didn't you?
With Reddit posts popping up expressing this concern. This isn't just isolated to me, guys.
Yep. That open development is just not for
Reddit
me.
Posts
It's just not for me.
Popping up expressing
Rants. The state of the desert made me realize that open development is just not for me. Yep, I'm on my phone and I don't know how to format anything on this thing. I want to post photos just for reference, but the app keeps messing it up somehow, so I'm not going to do that. TLDR, the desert feels like a massive regression from what we were shown 2 years ago. The fact that we weren't really told about any sort of issues with the desert makes the regressions feel worse, and the fact that we aren't really being kept in the loop on stuff like this makes me think that, how bad Intrepid has handled people's frustrations with their communication in the past. That open development isn't for me. I'll still help with testing the game, give feedback, and find bugs, but I'm probably not going to engage with Intrepid's social media and dev updates for a long while. I don't want to set myself up for disappointment again. So to preface this, I'm someone that really enjoyed Phase 1 a lot. I didn't reach level cap on my main character, which was a ranger, since I wanted to save my energy for phase 2. I have burnt myself out by playing games I really enjoy hard to the point where I have fond memories of playing them but not having the desire to play them again, which I didn't want to do for Ashes of Creation. He's talking about WoW. The start of phase 2 has been polarizing. I personally was having a lot of fun seeing how crowded certain places were and all this. Oop, now I have to pull this thing. Or no, I don't. I need to get away from it. Yeah, and like I'm not blind. I can see what I can see the state of the game just from 5 seconds of gameplay, and I know when I'm sold and when I'm not sold. And fucking AOC has never sold me. It's never sold me. It's never looked good to me.
To me, guys, this is what everyone in the community feels.
You see Pirate Software sucking on their dick like kind of crazy. It's weird. I wonder if it's because he's like he's got a ferret rescue and he wants money for the ferret rescue. So he signs up his community for Ashes of Creation and he gets a kickback from fucking Steven Sharif for all the people that he gets to sign up and buy the $100 snail mail.
However,
and the PR system is crooked now. They're like paying, they're like paying shills, and it's not too good. Skill Up was an example of this. He got a nickname called Shill Up, and then he was also on a podcast with the completionist, and that was terrible for his career. I don't watch Skill Up anymore. He was such a shill by the end of it. That he was like trying to tell us to play, what's it called? Suicide Squad, Please Kill the Justice League or whatever. And like, yeah, and he was like trying to say that it was good, and I realized how bad of an effect that has on me, because then I go and I almost buy it for $3 and deal with their fucking piece of shit launcher and all that stuff, just so I can go see if the combat's good or not, because the combat looked good to me, and I don't care if the game's bad. I can turn off all the voices and all the cutscenes, and I don't have to do the game. I just want the combat. So I like almost bought Suicide Squad, and I realized this is not because Suicide Squad could possibly ever be a good game, or that I would ever like it. I can't stand Marvel. Why would I ever buy a Marvel game? I hate Marvel. You know what I'm saying? And so like, and I realized that this is because like I was conditioned a long time ago by some fucking streamer to believe that you know that a game was good. Like this was Skill Up did this to me. Skill Up raised the question mark that the combat was actually solid, so we don't know. And so he gave it an okay rating, but it's Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League is one of the worst games of all time. So, and I know why I almost bought Suicide Squad this month. It was the only game I was going to buy. Is because Skill Up fucking misled me when he shilled up for fucking whatever company, WB or whatever, makes that game. I think Pyro Software has to shill because he brings a community of like 70,000 people with him or whatever. It's not all at the same time, but over a period of a month, it's something like 70,000 people. We've seen him pull his numbers, and so he shows up. And if only like 2,000 of those people sign up for Ashes of Creation and they buy it for between $100 and $200, that like Steven Sharif goes nuts and he's like, "Oh my God, that's so much money! Thank you." And so they pay. They fucking literally they set up a code system which is like an MLM for fucking streamers to just play their game and get a bunch of kids addicted to their terrible game. And you see them acting like this in the background. You see them talk about this and how the creator codes make them a lot of money. So of course they're gonna shill with this terrible ass game like Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. Phantom Liberty was so bad like this. All these people shilled for Phantom Liberty. Like they didn't tear the rectum of Cyberpunk for 5 years. They all turn around and they were like, it's a good game suddenly. No, it isn't. It never was. It's a bad derivative Grand Theft Auto ripoff that they spent way too much money on. That didn't have a good story. It just wasn't really good. And like, I'm sorry, but it wasn't. And it sucks that you've been conditioned to believe by these streamers and these people that Phantom Liberty is a good game or something like that. It's still Cyberpunk. It's still Cyberpunk. It's still Ashes of Creation. It still looks like fucking shit. It's still like Star Citizen. It looks like fucking shit when it plays. When you go to the town in Star Citizen, your frames on a 4060 Ti drop to like 10. 10 frames on a video game, whether it's out or not, is unacceptable. It's been unacceptable for 20 years. That's how long the Star Citizen was in production. 20 years, and that's how many frames you've got, 20.
These posts are now being locked by Steven Sharif himself, and people are being banned.
We're up to 17. You know what I'm saying? When you reach 120 frames, it'll be too late. It'll be too late. I really feel that the New World is the proof of this. New World is like the best game I have ever played. It absolutely is. It is my Souls-like RuneScape. I have clocked more hours on it faster than I did on Rust. I love this game. I can't stop playing it. It's really fucking good, but you guys keep saying that it's bad. The console kids love this game. Like everybody who plays this game loves this game. Everybody, I just don't see it. But a bunch of shills in the fucking industry say that Fallout 76 and New World are bad, so or whatever, and it's weird. But then they say a really truly bad game like AOC or Star Citizen that can't even run more than 10 frames a second or something like that when it's trying to do. When it's trying to be a video game and it gets like 20 frames per second, and I'm just like, no, I can see a bad game. I know a bad game when I see one. I think the iPad generation has brain rotted so badly that they're too dumb to know if a game is good or bad, right? They just want to know if they should swipe or not is the most common question that they ask. And that's a valid question, honestly, because of how these fucking developers treat them, and but I don't know if they know what a good game is. I do. I know what a good game is, and Star Citizen and AOC and fucking PAX Day are not it. Not any of them. If any of them are close, it's PAX Day. PAX Day is actually out on the market and expected to be some sort of playable game. You can actually kind of go do stuff.
And
the other two games are not playable.
And Sharif himself for simply stating their concern.
A large chunk of assets and points of interest that were shown in the desert trailers simply don't exist. Yeah, you're just full-blown, you're like full-blown lying and you're asset flipping. Like, I'm sorry, but that like, a lot of these games are asset flips. When you play Star Citizen, it is like the worst asset flip I've ever fucking witnessed. There's another game that's exactly like Star Citizen that shills at the level that Star Citizen shills at. It was Mirror's Edge 2 That game had all kinds of terrible problems, exactly like fucking Star Citizen and stuff. But oh boy, every fucking asset in that game is straight from the store. I don't think there's a bit of original content in it, short of the main characters in the entire fucking game. And I don't think Star Citizen is like that either. Star Citizen is entirely an asset flip bought right off the Unreal store, entirely. There's not a bit of original. There's some original artwork in it that we've never seen before. They are really good artists. I wouldn't say that the video game looks bad. I'm saying it runs bad. It runs very badly.
There was a beautifully written post about this, talking about how the project is not the open development that we were promised, and it's Steven's reply to this thread that made me reconsider covering this game. He states,
"Nope, they locked the post. They're like, nope, flaming, nope, long, TLDR. They're such assholes. They don't care about your fucking feelings as a community member. They'll just fucking lock your post. They don't care.
That the Desert Showcase in 2022...
They don't love us. They're just a business trying to sell us something. They don't give a flying fuck about us. They don't care what we think. Why bother?
Not real, and in fact, just a showcase using assets that exist, and actually, it's pretty normal for developers to do this. This is simply not true, because developers that do this receive a lot of negative backlash, selling promises and pre-orders on a showcase.
So like Ashes of Creation said they were going to do a desert, so what did New World do? New World thinks that the Ashes of Creation is their main competition. They have to adapt to beat the new boy on the block. So what did New World do? They did Brimstone Sands. Which game actually put out a desert? Was it New World or was it fucking Ashes of Creation? It's always New World. New World is the one that actually got all of this stuff done. It's the only game that managed to do all of this. And I am playing the game that I should be playing. I'm fairly sure.
Case that doesn't accurately represent the
But
game.
I mean,
but in this case,
the
it's
population of New World is like basically non-existent now. It's gone. It's too late for this Phoenix to rise from the fucking ashes anymore. It's too late, I think. And it sucks because it should. This game should rise from the ashes. It's better than all three of these games combined.
not even a downscale of what was shown, it's just a straight up lie. Back in 2022, when the Desert Showcase was being shown, they made it absolutely clear that this was the current state of the desert biome, boasting about their innovative tools to help them develop the world fast, and in no way, shape, or form alluded to this being just a concept.
You know, these are some of the foliage that environment's been creating.
Yo, look at that.
No, this is him lying.
Of what's capable of creating an interesting desert biome, because many times in the games that probably we've
Your game does not look like this, buddy. Not even close.
played, the least interesting biome type tends to be a desert. And it's been always fun, as I've experienced in the MMOs I've played, is like, you know, how do they spruce up a desert? And one of the interesting things you're going to see in Alpha 2 is how the desert also adheres to seasons and has weather and has giant dust storms and clouds within which there are interesting creatures that might not normally be present unless for that particular weather.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Going to be very interesting as well. You saw a little
Dude's off talking about the Sharknadoes in his desert. But we saw the desert 10 seconds ago. It's not like that. It is a lie.
bit of the sand tornado capabilities with the dust devil kicking up both in the weather presentation as well as a little bit in the desert reveal. And you also saw some ambient effects that live across the top of those dunes, where you're seeing winds of sand getting blown across in the distance. And you know, here's the key point. Graphics don't make a game fun. Systems make games fun. But graphics make
Combat
those systems
makes games fun.
far more enjoyable.
This, in fact, extends to all showcases in the last 4 years, and everything shown was not real. The story arcs that showed the world dynamically changing around the Tower of Carfin and Oakenbane Keep, it was not real.
Not
the
real.
beautiful environment and weather that was shown during the seasonal and commission showcases were not real. The amazing Freehold showcase that showed the farm animals, housing, and crops were not real. It was all just a concept with a $250 price tag on it, with the promise chance that eventually these things will make it into the game. Maybe. How many of you chose to support the project based on the expectation that the showcases were what they had at the time you pledged, not what will come in 6 years from now? You cannot act like Chronicles of Alleria and not expect backlash from this.
Yeah, you act like Chronicles of Lyria.
But the main thing that is causing me to step away isn't the state of the game. The main thing is that whenever stuff like this is brought up by me or any community member, the narrative is that it's just an alpha, and therefore it's okay. It's
No,
not
that's
okay.
not okay.
It wasn't okay for all previous Kickstarters to do this, so why is it okay for Ashes of Creation? For Stephen Sharif to sit there on Reddit and call me an uninformed content creator who casts illusions on people's fears and negativities when I've spent the last 4 years of my life doing the opposite is absolutely disconnected from reality. I simply do not accept the bullshit that is being spewed, and nor do a very large portion of this community.
Nope.
But for him to also prey on mental health
I don't like
as
Stephen
a
Sharif.
way
I never
to
have.
defame and dismiss these concerns whilst
I
locking and
liked
banning people
his
who express the same
intellect.
is nothing short of irony. You claim that open development isn't for
I didn't
us,
like him.
But what I think you mean is that open development isn't for you, Stephen Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it, you ban them. So, from the bottom of my heart, I have to apologize to everyone who I convinced to help support this project these last 4 years, because I thought I was being shown the genuine state of the game, not 4 years of Unreal Engine fakery. Now, let's not get this twisted. I do not think Ashes of Creation is a scam. There is
I
a
do.
lot of potential here. They've put a fuck ton of work into this game. I had a lot of fun playing Phase 1. However, the fun came from the interactions I had with players, not the actual game itself. The test itself was actually quite tedious and boring. But if the game continues its development, everything that I've said during those Phase 1 videos still stands. I just can't bring myself to condone the practices that the game is currently engaging in, and I wish the developers at Intrepid the
How do you do a beta that is tedious and boring? How do you, I mean, isn't that really, really, really self-destructive? Like the kind of self-destructive thing that you would go into and be like, nah, just call it off. Like, we're not doing this beta now or whatever. We're going to keep working, right? But they get scared to do that because they're like, oh, they'll label us a scam artist or something. I think it's a hard industry right now. Bag of juniper berries, nice. Oh no, my tablet is on. Oh, turn off.
Stephen Sharif, because what you're selling is not open development. It's funding at any cost, and if anyone questions it,
There we go. Okay. Oh wow, I have a lot of stuff. Damn, it got warmer. I'm gonna shut off my heater. Or no, I'm gonna pop my door is what I'm gonna do. Okay, sorry about that. Had to go pee.
Best for the
That looks, I mean, at times the game does look good,
audience who continue
but it
to
still looks like 2020 to me. It still looks like a game that's like 4 years old, though.
watch. I advise to take the things that they say from this point onwards with a pinch of salt. What they say isn't what they have or are doing, it is what they intend eventually. Now, to conclude the video, I just want to say that I'm obviously not going to stop making content, of course. I will continue, just not with Ashes of Creation. A lot of you have grown to genuinely enjoy my commentary and reliance on uploads, but I felt these last couple of years, Ashes of Creation has held me back. I didn't feel like my intros and comedic skits fit the format of Ashes anymore, so I stopped them completely, only to bring them back a couple of months ago to the joy of the viewers. Sadly, this burst of confidence was once again stunted by Stephen Sharif feeling offended by my light-hearted jokes towards his game, so I slumped back into the boring format of trying to cover the news. Well, no longer am I going to be restrained by Ashes of Creation. I will continue to make videos, and if you watched exclusively for Ashes, then my advice to you is thusly: forget about the game for about 2 years, and casually check in on Twitch or YouTube to see if there has been any progress. But for now, just put the game into the back of your mind, because there isn't going to be any significant progress for a while, and that's okay. I have a plan going forward in 2025, but one thing is for sure: I will no longer have my creativity held back trying to cater to a man who doesn't want to hear criticisms. I will extend my format beyond MMORPGs and start covering all sorts of games with the intros, jokes, and old format that you guys grew to love, because I only have one goal on YouTube, and that's to make entertaining videos that make people laugh. Now, obviously, changing the direction of the channel is going to be a long journey, and that means I'll be streaming full-time throughout 2025, and upload cadence on this channel will slow. I will be uploading highly edited videos, similar to my old format, on the games that we play on stream. So come join us over at twitch.tv/Nagaverse as we begin this new chapter. I cannot thank you enough for watching and supporting my videos throughout these last 4 years, and should you choose to stop watching for the time being, I hope to see you again in the future as I show up in your algorithm covering a game that actually exists.
What's going on, everybody? Mortem here. This time bringing you all of the newly releasing games in 2025 that I plan to review in some form or fashion.
Nope. Is it we're playing Saints Row 2 in 2025? The answer is no. And he got 10,000 views somehow. Saints Row 2. Skyblivion. Why are you going forward with Skyblivion? They're about to remaster it. You're dumb. They're probably going to sue you. Yeah, let's do the Chrono Cross review. That sounds
Has there
fun.
ever been a game so simultaneously beloved and despised as Chrono Cross?
Nope.
It stands in the long shadow of its older brother.
Its
Chrono
combat
Trigger,
system was
to
so
be forever
fucking
cursed
bad.
With comparisons to one of the most iconic RPGs of all time. These negative opinions of Cross haven't formed
was a
over
brilliant
time as a
game, though.
result of its objective quality necessarily, but because it's so different. If you didn't know any better, you'd think Cross was resentful of its own Chrono lineage. The battle system, art style, characters, and world of Cross didn't represent a linear uptick in quality, but a lateral move to something totally different, like stepping into another dimension where the choices that Square never made for Trigger sat around waiting for their chance to become a full game. In a 2000 interview, GamePro spoke to Hiromichi Tanaka, producer of classics such as Xenogears, Secret of Mana, and of course, Chrono Cross. He was asked if the team found Cross's distance from Trigger to be problematic. He responded, "Chrono Cross is not a sequel to Chrono Trigger, so I'm not worried. Of course the fans of the original are very important, but what innovation can come when you're bound to the past? I believe that gameplay should evolve with hardware." It's worth keeping this quote in mind as we proceed. The release of Cross begs that long-standing question. Can the follow-up to a beloved game be a great game without being a great sequel? And does that follow-up have a responsibility to its predecessor? If I asked the waiter to bring me another order of breadsticks and he showed up with a strawberry shortcake, would I have the right to be upset? This strawberry shortcake is the superior option. Listen, pal, it says right here, bottomless breadsticks. I'm in the mood for 3,500 calories of bread, not cake. There are going to be a lot of differing opinions on these questions, and I'm not here to answer them. I'm here to take a look at the beloved yet contentious game known as Chrono Cross. And with the Radical Dreamers edition out, I'll be offering up my opinion on the technical aspects of the remaster as well. If you are not okay with spoilers, stop watching right now. That, or you can just skip to the technical review at the end, which I'll timestamp in the video. It's impossible to talk about Cross at length without
The music
getting into
was
spoilers
exquisite.
a bit, so that's what's going to be happening here. If you just want to avoid major spoilers, I
And
will
the graphics.
give another
Graphics were
warning
good.
in the video before
Graphics
I
were
get
great.
to those. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy this
First
big ol'
time
review.
for a PS1 game. I remember really thinking that Chrono Cross was really good.
Of Chrono Cross Radical Dreamers Edition. I've said it once, I'll say it 1,000 more times. Chrono Cross has got one of the greatest first acts in video game history.
Yeah.
Who are these people? Who's Lynx and why are we after him? What is this castle? Why are there robots? What's this thing do? Why is this door so big? Why'd I kill that girl? What the devil is going on here? Now this is an intro. I feel like I was just dropped halfway into the story. No amnesia, my character isn't an orphan, I don't have to waste time collecting 3 squint feathers for the village maiden, just straight into the action. That is, until you wake up and have to collect 3 squint feathers for the village maiden. Alright, my mellow is mildly harsh by the realization that the intro was just a dream, but still, what a great setup. That has to be a premonition. You're woken up by your mom. Yeah, just mom. Dad died in a mysterious boating accident many years ago. Is this the Truman Show? Arnie Village is the first real area of the game, and it absolutely sets the stage for the adventures to come. Arnie is jam-packed with people to talk to and secrets to uncover. The tropical motif is warm and inviting, and also kind of unusual for this type of game. There are a few tutorials that you can opt out of altogether if you already know what you're doing, which is much appreciated. This opening area truly establishes a sense of community with our protagonist, Serge, and the townsfolk. They all have an affinity towards you. Some have fishing stories for you. Others share hopes and dreams with you. Some people lament the choices they've made and wonder how their lives could have been different. However, Serge is a silent protagonist, so he is literally just standing there as they wax philosophical, which is much how I react in real life as well. If you're shrewd, you'll find out how to recruit your first companion, a giant pink and white dog named Poshel that speaks English and has a lateral lisp. Chrono Cross is a weird game. There's a lot of comic relief and absurdity. Thankfully, the game avoids pop culture references. Largely. So it doesn't age itself the way Fallout 2 does. But the game is rife with fourth wall breaks and silly dialogue. If this type of thing bothers you, you'll never make it all the way through. Personally, I'm cool with it. As mentioned, we're set on a bit of a collection quest for Serge's totally not girlfriend, Lena, which serves to teach us the ropes a bit. These first areas are all relatively stress-free, introducing you to concepts like
The music
navigation,
was so
equipping
good.
magic spells known as elements, and the combat system, which I will talk about in much greater length later on. This ain't just a walk around and fight enemies area either. You have to take an active role in using the environment to catch these 3 lizards needed to progress. It isn't long before the game thrusts you back into the intrigue though. Some kind of crazy magic surrounds Serge, who passes out on the beach. When he wakes up, you travel back through the previous area. Huh. I don't remember those guys.
I do.
The tables have turned. Was there a chest here before?
Yeah.
Very strange, but stranger yet when you arrive back at the village to find everything slightly different. The layout has changed. The
Wait,
music
what?
is different. The townsfolk don't remember you. Mom's not home. You explain your situation to Lena, who is disgusted that you'd impersonate Surge considering he died 8 years ago. Alright, Square, you lost me with the squint feathers, but I'm back on board. I love the way we seamlessly shift to another dimension. It's totally unclear what's even happening until you arrive back at the village and see everything's changed. Surge visits his own grave before being accosted by ghost hunters who have orders to apprehend him. This is when Kid, who you may recognize from Surge's dream, comes to his aid. Here you fight Karsh, who plays an active role throughout the story, as well as Solt and Pepor. Yes, I said what I said. These two act as whatever the opposite of sorely needed is, comic relief, as well as explaining some of the intricacies of the battle system. And to give you an idea of how complicated this battle system can get, they'll be showing up.
I liked the combat system, but it wasn't that good. You mainly had to worry about the chart at the top left about what color it was, and not mess up that. You know, it wasn't really that good.
Things to you 10 hours into this game. With no other leads, Surge pursues his attackers to Viper Manor, which just so happens to be where Kid is heading. Seems like she has some interest in a character named Lynx, and she's also after a treasure called the Frozen Flame. It's worth mentioning here that you can actually tell Kid you're not interested in traveling with her, in which case Lena will join you instead. Ultimately, Kid will still join you anyway, but it's kinda cool that they give you the option. You go through Fossil Valley, which is supposedly having a ghost problem at the time. Bud, I understand why you feel that way. However, there is a giant walking voodoo doll standing next to you. Therefore, I think it's time to reconsider your stance on the supernatural. Oh yeah, right, the voodoo doll, Mojo, can be recruited as well. A fisherman in Surge's home village gives him a shark tooth memento. The alternative version of this fisherman is actually a deadbeat who lives in his mom's basement, worshipping an idol named Mojo. Showing him the shark tooth causes him to briefly reconsider his life choices, at which point Mojo comes to life and starts telling him what an idiot he is and tags along with you. Also, Mojo's name in Japanese is Lucky Dan, which is wonderful. At this point, you're given 3 distinct options for how to proceed. You can team up with the masked magician Guile, who's looking for a particular item. If you go with him, you have to scale the cliffs behind Viper Manor. The way is treacherous and there's a tough early game boss, but Guile is a strong magic-focused character for the early game. You can find J-Rock superstar Nikki, who wants into the manor for personal reasons, and trudge through the sewers to get there. It's a more time-consuming, less difficult route, and Nikki is a pretty decent character. Finally, you can recruit Pierre and just smash through the front gates. It's the quickest and easiest way in, but Pierre is Pierre. You also fight a guy named Ketchup who yells sauce when he attacks. What this whole section demonstrates is that A, there's an element of player choice present in Chrono Cross that is lacking in most Japanese RPGs, and B, there is a shitload of characters in this game, and some are pretty easy to miss. It's been maybe 3 hours, and so far we have a lot of very pressing questions about the nature of our situation, a great setup for our villain, Lynx, an introduction to the broader world outside of our village. We've been given a pretty significant choice, and now we're in the midst of a heist mission. Chrono Cross does not waste a minute of time in its first act, and unfortunately the game does not keep this pace up for its runtime. To be fair, it can't. It's impossible. This is a 40-hour-long RPG, it's unreasonable to expect such a thing. The hook is a success though, no question about it. If the rest of the story is half as compelling as this intro, I'll walk away a happy man. Will I walk away a happy man? Find out sometime later. Meanwhile, I want to talk a little bit about the game's presentation because it's so front and center. Chrono Cross uses pre-rendered backgrounds with fixed camera angles for exploration, while battles are handled in fully 3D environments. I don't think it's unreasonable to say that this was one of the most beautiful games in the PSX library.
It was.
There's an extremely vibrant color palette used that makes all of these lush, dense environments pop off the screen in a way that not many games of this period could. This is an updated version of the game you're seeing, and as to the degree of its success in cleaning up the original, you'll just have to wait until the end when I talk about the technical parts, but the bones of Chrono Cross are here regardless. Each environment has a unique look and feel, with layers upon layers of visual detail without ever getting too cluttered or noisy.
It was such a beautiful game, yeah.
You can see the variety just going from Arnie Village, which has all of these intense, vibrant colors, to Termina, which is a city of whitewashed buildings reminiscent of the Greek Isles. The layout changes as well, with Arnie's ramshackle structures kind of haphazardly placed in the environment, Well, Termina's buildings are placed methodically in the grid-based layout you'd expect from a city. These are just two examples. From beginning to end, this game is packed with areas that feel totally distinct from one another, each offering up a very different atmosphere. One of my favorites is the Isle of the Damned, where some people died while they were so angry that their anger persisted and warped the entire island into a demon spawning ground.
That is the most metal thing I ever heard in my whole life.
I feel like the music needs no introduction, but in case you're not familiar, even the staunchest Chrono Trigger fan has to admit that Cross has got an amazing soundtrack. The soundtrack was composed by Yasunori Mitsuda, and it's still his magnum opus, in my opinion. There aren't any real analog instruments
just as
involved.
good.
Rather, the entire soundtrack is composed using the PS1's internal synthesizer, which makes it all the more impressive if you ask me. There's almost nothing I can say that does this soundtrack justice, but I'm gonna try my best. Like the visuals, each area of the game is given its own musical characteristics. The music of Lizard Rock, for instance, is playful and upbeat. Xylophones, guitar, and flute compete with each other to see who can have the most fun. The theme of Termina, however, isn't one of childlike happiness, but the joy of festival
I love
and
this
tradition.
song.
Bagpipes, castanets, and the jaw harp provide an unexpectedly pleasant basis for a melody that
I
brings to mind
I always
the kind
thought
of
this was such an
beer-swilling,
American-sounding
memory-sharing good
song.
times that can only happen once a year, lest they cease to be special.
Summer, it's a
There are only
summer
a few weak points
summer
here.
medley.
First of all, a few songs use these fake choir and fake guitar samples. They both age pretty badly, but those are the only two instruments that are immediately identifiable as fake. There's one more problem I have with the Chrono Cross soundtrack, but first, a word. Composing a good Japanese RPG battle track requires a tremendous sense of balance. Yeah, if you've played Chrono Cross, you might know where I'm going with this, but bear with me. No track in the game is going to be heard quite so much as the battle theme, which means it needs a variety of characteristics. It needs backbone, it needs to assert itself with a message of danger, but not to an extreme degree. Existential danger should be saved for your major boss themes. The battle music of an RPG should inform you as a player that if you keep your chin up, victory will be yours, but don't get too sloppy. It has to take center stage and pump you up, but it can't be too assertive. If you're going to hear a song 10,000 times before the game ends, it needs to be able to comfortably sit in the background of the action. Its presence isn't something you should always be consciously aware of, but rather a complementary buttress to the action unfolding on screen. The choosing of battle commands, the sounds of sword swiping, and the music should all melt together into an experience where each piece is inseparable from the whole. This is the Chrono Cross battle theme.
Oh, I hated this song. Every fucking note in the entire song is fucking flat. I hated this song. I hated this song. Wah, 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 wah.
Okay, so it's not a bad song by any measure.
No,
in
it's-
fact, it would be the perfect track to induce anxiety, uncertainty, and dread
In a movie.
particular situation.
Yeah.
In fact, Radical Dreamers use this exact composition for that purpose. The trippy 9/8 time signature, along with the violins screeching and organs wailing on unresolved block chords, make the song creepy and tense as hell. What the song doesn't do is gently set the tone of battle 10,000 times. There are times where I hold my breath trying to squeak by enemies without getting into a fight, just because I associate those opening notes with the feeling of being pissed. On a less sour note, the boss theme is one of the greatest of all time, and just says, "You better get your ass ready, something spooky this way comes," in a way that nothing else I've heard does. I remember listening to this track many years ago. My mom overheard it and said, "This sounds like a scene from a James Bond movie where he's running on top of a train," so that's all I can associate with it now. So during the events of the Viper Manor heist, Kid is poisoned, and she can only be cured with an antidote synthesized from the fluid of a creature known as the Hydra. The catch? The substance is so valuable that the Hydras were hunted to extinction years ago. This presents us with another major choice. Do we embark on a seemingly hopeless mission to find the Hydra humor and
you
save
do.
Kid?
It's
Or
an
do we
RPG.
focus on our own problems? If you're not an asshole, you may opt for the former. But I'm here to tell you that's the wrong choice.
Yeah, it hurts to miss that one.
Yeah.
See, neither of these options changes anything major in the story. Kid is fine either way. The only difference is that if you do the decent thing and choose to save her, you miss out on one of the best characters in the game, both in terms of stats and the quality of his content. I knew this going in, but still chose to be a good guy just because I feel like this is probably what Surge would do in the situation. So instead of getting Glenn, I get Korcha. Korcha is supposed to be a lovable mischief maker, but comes across as one of the most insufferable characters in the whole game. Not a fan of his design either, and his posterior pelvic tilt will result in crippling lower back pain later in life. Beyond the lack of meaningful consequences, the Save Kid side quest represents a major positive and a major negative. So let's start with the bad news. This is the last decision you'll make in the game, outside of organically choosing whether or not to do some side content. Maybe it's my fault, but I feel that front-loading the game with so many choices kind of presents the story under a false pretense. The good news is that hunting the Hydra requires the player to shift from another world back to homeworld for the first time. That's right, we can shift dimensions by returning to the beach from the beginning now. See, it's only in this alternate dimension where Hydras have become extinct. In the homeworld, they're still kicking, albeit not many. The reason I count this as such a positive is because it opens up a great deal of potential in Cross's storytelling. Finding solutions to one world's insurmountable problems in the other world is a recurring theme throughout the game. It's always interesting to hop between worlds just to see how different a location might be. For instance, Termina is a jovial, festive city full of color and character in another world. In the homeworld, it's been conquered by the poor military. You might remember Poor if you've played Trigger. They're powered by beef jerky. As such, the city is under martial law. The reason Poor was able to successfully seize the city is very much intertwined with later events of the story. It's interesting to see how small differences between worlds can result in such tangible changes. Like how in Homeworld there's a casino cruise ship called the SS Zelbess, owned by an unscrupulous and also depressed Captain Fargo. In another world, Fargo is fierce, idealistic, and energetic. His ship is the SS Invincible, a pirate vessel that's boarded by a crew of pirate ghosts! And a big congratulations to everyone who had Ghost Pirates on their Chrono Cross bingo card. You may now scratch that one off. My minuscule mind can scarcely conceive of hell, but I imagine it's something like playing through this ghost ship section for all eternity. Most of the dungeons in this game are pretty decent. There's a good mix of light puzzle solving, exploration, and combat. But then there are areas like
I don't know what hell is, but it's probably this sequence for the rest of eternity.
Ghost ship. The only word I can think of to describe this is slog. It's just fight after fight after fight as you look for the one guy who has a key to the right door, and then you fight some more.
Ever since I was a boy, all I knew was how to fight. Fight, fight, fight. And when I got tired, I would fight some more.
Okay, I guess this is a good time to bring up the combat system. So the fighting in this game is really unconventional, but I'll try to briefly describe how it works. So each character has 7 points of stamina when they start a fight. That's a full bar. When it's your team's turn,
He's not going to be able to do it. He's not going to be able to fucking explain this.
you can send any one of your characters to battle.
He doesn't know. He doesn't understand it. I don't think
When you
I
attack,
understand
you can
it.
choose to spend up to
You can spend up to... This is your hit chance.
3 stamina points. The higher the point value of an attack, the stronger but also the less accurate your attack will be. Magic, skills, and items are under one catch-all command called elements. In order to use an element, you must first successfully land attacks on enemies with a stamina value corresponding to the level of the element you want to use. Once you've built up enough element levels,
Which is the field effect up here, and eventually when you have all 3 are red, if you cast, it was a cool system. If you stack 3 red spells and you burn fire 3 times, it turns the field effect entirely red, like you started a firestorm basically, and then you cast a blue spell, the opposite of the red color, and it would do like triple the damage. And it was a cool system. It was like a reverse tech point system for magic field effects.
you can use it at any point on your turn. But regardless of when you do,
So when she casts a fireball spell here, fireball +2, it's gonna make the center ring red.
using an element will drain 7 stamina points. This means that if you use the spell on a full bar, you'll be left with 0 points.
There's it, and now now there's a red bubble, and the whole point of the game is to get the field effect entirely one color, and then just slam tech points and elements and stuff of the opposite effect of whatever the field effect currently was, and you would do triple the damage. And it was a fun system, but it wasn't very. I wouldn't say it was very consumer friendly. I don't think it made a lot of sense to a lot of people. I don't think they understood what the percentages meant. Sometimes, I'm not so sure. This combat system was so experimental and not very good.
If you use the spell with just 1 stamina point, you'll be left with...
And I didn't mind the stamina point thing because it was kind of fun. You would dial up these attacks. It would be like, okay, press X, press X, press X on 3, and you have a 66% chance to hit.
-6 points, which makes that character a sitting duck until their stamina refills. An element can also only be used once per battle, so you have to be prudent about casting your more powerful spells. Also, there's 3 circles at the top of the screen that represent the field effect. That's the elemental affinity of the last 3 spells cast in battle. Oh right, every character has an innate element. White is light, black is darkness and gravity, red is fire, blue is water and ice, green is wind and nature, yellow is earth and electricity. But this isn't like your standard RPG where blue beats red beats green beats blue, etc. No. In this game, elements go blow for blow against each other. Fire beats water beats fire. In order to have an advantage, you must also need to be at an inherent disadvantage, so the field effect makes the element which is most represented in the circles the current strongest element in the battle. If it's all green spells kick ass. If it's all yellow spells kick ass. I'm colorblind, so the green and yellow in this case look identical to me.
Oh, he's the colorblind guy. Oh yeah, I forgot Madular's colorblind. I totally forgot about this. So this fucked him in the ass. He was probably so unhappy with this. He was like, the game is based off of a color chart that I can't see.
Meaning that neither of them ever kicked ass at any point in my playthrough. Did you catch all that? No? Good. So here...
Yeah, like, honestly, no one did. The combat system was a little too out there.
Here are the ways in which this battle system works. There are no level ups. That's right, fighting enemies does not net you experience points. Rather, your character powers up only after beating a boss, so you don't have to worry about grinding, and the game is balanced around this. The field effect system makes for an interesting tug of war where you always have to consciously adapt your strategy. If you forget about it, the enemy could turn the entire thing against you and become...
These nerds, they have such funny idiosyncrasies, like they're colorblind and stuff like that.
ludicrously strong. Also,
I wonder if he's albino too. He might be albino. He sounds albino to me. Maybe he's a colorblind albino.
having elements be slottable items rather than spells which are learned means you can feel free to equip anyone in your party however you see fit. Elements are shared treasures rather than specialized, so characters can be Swiss Army knives. And finally, this is a big one, you can run from any fight in the game, including the final boss.
Yeah.
If you're getting your ass kicked, you can just leave and the boss will casually wait for you to take a drink of water and come back. I love this. I wish more games did that. Now here are the ways in which the battle system doesn't work. There are no level ups. Yeah, I know I said that was a positive, but the downside is that all of these fights kind of feel fruitless. When you're in an area like a ghost ship, the least they could do is give you some experience points, but here you're just fighting to progress with no real motivation. Also, balancing the game around a lack of level ups means that no enemy ever really poses a significant threat. You can be confident that whoever you come across can be beaten, which I guess can be a good thing if you're in it just for the story. In practice, this means this intricate combat system never rises to its full potential. There are so few opportunities to be strategic and methodical because most fights can just kind of be beaten by not playing like a complete idiot. There are a few exceptions to this rule, and those are coincidentally the best fights in the game, at least in my opinion, but for the most part, you never really feel like you're being tested by a boss. Some of the late game enemies do so little damage, the balancing almost seems like an oversight. And finally, allocating elements can be a chore if you switch characters often like I do. Having to unequip and re-equip characters repeatedly becomes so tiring. Thankfully, the game does have an auto-allocate button, however, it will make some questionable decisions. So the combat system is Chrono Trigger Departure number 1. Trigger allows you to choose between a wait for me to finish my turn system and an active time battle system, which seems to be the intended way to play. Your characters and the enemies move throughout the battlefield, and certain spells are meant to target in a specific pattern, such as anyone close by or anybody in a straight line. This means that being aware of positioning and taking advantage of opportunities is a major factor in Trigger's battle system. Because Trigger only has 8 playable characters, each has an attention and focus placed on their moveset that Cross lacks. Any combination of 2 or 3 characters can use a specific dual or triple technique in battle, which creates a dynamic in which the player is rewarded for investing in a specific team. The system in Cross is different. Very, very different. My opinion? They actually kinda stuck the landing.
I think so too.
Doing something completely different was risky and frankly unnecessary, considering how elegant, simple, and beloved Trigger's system was, but they actually did a respectable job moving to something more slow-paced and methodical. The biggest problem here is the lack of challenge, which means its system is never stress-tested the way that Trigger's is in some of its tougher boss battles. So back on Mount Pyre, we battle Solt and Pepor again, as well as the 3 Dragoon Divas. The Divas have worked as our de facto rivals up to this point, not explicitly hating us, but under orders to take us down. Except for Marcy, who spends the entire fight telling Surge how much she hates him. There's also Karsh, the ghost hunter from earlier, as well as Zoa, who you may recognize from Mad Max 2. After mercilessly beating up a child, you enter Fort Dragonia in pursuit of Lynx. Fort Dragonia is the most dungeon-y dungeon in the game, and by that I mean there are multiple bosses, puzzles to solve, and many treasures. The puzzles never get too complex, but you do have to use your brain a little bit, and even that goes a long way in these Japanese RPGs where things can get repetitive. One thing that kind of bothers me is the in-universe consistency at this point, at least in terms of these bosses. Okay, it makes sense that I'm fighting these guys, but what about this? Or this? Or these? Oh, dear sweet God, what is this? Final Fantasy VII had some interesting monsters, but at least they attempted to give an in-universe explanation. The people of this world think ghosts are preposterous, but this is fine. The least I can say is that these fights are animated well. With the bosses and really the enemies in general, there's a lot of variety. A lot of these types of games resort to recoloring old enemies and slapping more health on them, but Cross is always upping the ante with its enemies. So after activating all these dragon statues and taking the elevator up, the hype truly begins because now you're reliving your dream from the beginning. I really like this setup. You may have altogether forgotten about that intro section, but now you're brought right back with everything contextualized. It's not identical though. The dialogue doesn't play out in the same way, and a different character was with me. Also, the fort was filled with different enemies and a different music track was playing. But I like that because that's how dreams are. Little details are missing or completely different. So Surge heads up to confront Lynx with the knowledge that he may kill Kid for one reason or another. Obviously, this is a spoiler, so you may want to avert your innocent gaze, but if you've made it here, that probably doesn't bother you. So we battle Lynx, but before he's defeated, he activates a magical device that causes Surge to pass out.
105.
When he wakes up, he starts...
That was Master at
But
Arms.
Surge is a bona fide silent protagonist, so I'm shocked. Shocked, I say.
Well, not that shocked.
The game won't continue until you move, so you take a step towards Lynx and... Huh? Lynx is body swapped with Surge, and a bloodthirsty Kid doesn't know any better. Your ass is summarily kicked, Surge wakes up in a dimensional distortion, and you have to make your way through this MC Escher nightmare. Afterwards, you're dropped into Hydra Marsh. You might notice that all of your companions are gone. Instead of Kid, you have Harl, whose motives are still shrouded in mystery. On one hand, she appears to be Lynx's right-hand woman. On the other, she seems to have an affinity for Surge. She knows it's you in his body and still decides to help you, though she spends much of the game being very cryptic. It's interesting to
I love
experience
that
this
scene
world
with the
from perspective
pastels.
of Lynx's body. In Chrono Cross, there's a race broadly known as demi-humans, who are half animal or half monster, of which Lynx is considered one. The humans of this world aren't big fans of demi-humans. The reactions to Lynx range from fearful to angry and occasionally empathetic. The only sanctuary for demi-humans is an island called Marbule, at least in another world. In this home world, which you're now marooned in as Surge's body is required to hop dimensions, Marbule has been infested with ethereal monsters, and its residents are forced to work slave labor aboard the SS Zelbess. Our only lead is a sage aboard the Zelbess, who is said to have some answers for us. At this point, it's kind of refreshing to have offloaded all of my party members. I'm working with a blank slate here. Yeah, I guess it's time to talk about Chrono Trigger Departure number 2, the characters. In Chrono Trigger, there are 8 characters. This is a pretty standard number for RPGs of this type. Usually you'll get from 6 to 10, depending on the length of the game. Chrono Cross has 45. 45 playable characters. First of all, variety is nice. Chrono Cross presents a lot of opportunities to recruit new characters. In fact, every time you speak to somebody with a portrait, there's a good chance you can find a way to recruit them. It can be fun to rack your brain figuring out how to get someone on your team. You're constantly drip-fed new characters, which gives this game a collectible, almost Pokemon kind of angle. Each character uses their own weapon type and has their own innate element type, as well as a set of stats that could favor strength, agility, etc. So choose your playstyle and pick your favorites. Because the game is quite easy, you never have to worry about optimizing your team to its fullest ability outside of a few tough encounters. That's my preferred way to play, switching out characters often. Every character has their own accent or speech pattern, and I have to give special commendation to Richard Honeywood, who directed the localization for Chrono Cross. Not only did he manage to translate the personality, humor, and prose of these characters very well, but he himself programmed a script that filters dialogue and applies an accent to certain words. This means that any of the 45 characters can contribute dialogue with their own flair, and it makes for some hilarious moments. Every one of these characters has a backstory, and while many of them are somewhat bare bones, a few of them have legitimately tragic or enthralling stories to seek out. Each character has 3 techniques that only they can use, and it's a blast to play them all and see what they look like. There's so much detail and character in these animations. Often they're thorough.
Oh yeah, I love the Starman guy.
Related to their own past. It's always a treat to find some easily missed dialogue that expands on a character. And if you have a hunch that something might pique the interest of a particular character, you'll often be vindicated if you come back with that character. Since both dimensions have their own version of each person, you can take characters to meet each other for some amusing dialogue. Now for the major, obvious problem with having 45 characters. There isn't enough playtime in a single game to expand on 45 meaningful characters. I don't think 9 seasons of an HBO show would be enough time. For the purpose of demonstration, I think you can break down the characters of Chrono Cross into 3 major types. The first type would be the main cast. This might look a little weird if you've played the game, but bear with me. These are characters that serve enough of a purpose in the main story, or could conceivably serve enough of one if they were expanded on, that if the main cast were culled down to 8 characters, it would make sense if these were included. Surge and Kid are no-brainers. Karsh primarily works against you for the first part of the game, but joins you about halfway in after your goals align.
Karsh is badass.
I think that dynamic is interesting enough to expand upon. He also has one of the more in-depth backstories of all characters. Glenn has a lot of direct links to major characters in the first half of the game, and a vested interest in many important plot points throughout. He's also kind of an heir apparent to Frog from Chrono Trigger. Harl is Lynx's enigmatic accomplice. Her motives are mysterious enough that you do want to know more about her, and she serves a surprisingly major role in the story later on. Then there's Guile. He's an optional character and mostly present during the Viper Manor heist, but he was originally intended to be Magus from Chrono Trigger after a memory wipe. This was confirmed with an extended cut of Chrono Trigger's ending. This gives him a significance that, if expanded upon, could serve a helpful role in tying Cross to Trigger, which is a feat the game tries messily to accomplish with expository dialogue. Fargo is expanded upon more than just about any other character. He's driven toward a sense of idealism in uniting humans and demi-humans. I think this is a believable reason for his joining Surge, since healing division is a central theme in Chrono Cross. Finally, there's Starkey. Yeah, okay, kind of a weird choice, I guess, but think of it this way. Most RPGs have at least one oddball character, and Starkey technically serves a very important role in the story, retrofitting Surge's boat with his spaceship engine. The next category of characters is the gimmick. For our purposes, this represents any character whose most noteworthy characteristic is either their appearance, whether they be cute or just unusual, or have a unique gameplay mechanic. Sprig, for instance, can transform into any monster you've encountered, and Pip can evolve depending on how you play the game. These characters aren't necessarily useless, but their sole purpose for existing is adding visual variety to your rat pack. The last and most populous category is the redundants. Again, I'm not saying these characters aren't useful in battle. Many of them are my favorites. The qualification here is, could you comfortably fit into the story as an NPC? Are there other characters who play just like you? Norris, Zoa, Viper, Poshel, and Fungi are all yellow innate, high-strength characters. Some of them serve a purpose in moving the story along in places, but not really enough to justify including them in the party. Many argue that Cross would have been a better game if they just cut out the superfluous characters and focused on making a small handful of really tightly written character stories. After all, that's what Chrono Trigger did. Trigger's story is very much driven by its characters, who are all practically bursting with personality. But why does it feel that way? Why do they feel so colorful and special? Well, Cross's cast
Marl was
stiff.
my
It
favorite.
comes down to a few things.
Or not Marl,
the biggest
but
problem here is
the cat
writing.
girl.
Trigger's 8 characters
Ayla.
are written with a specific intent. Each one contributes to the story in a unique and meaningful way.
Ayla was my
When
main.
they're spoken to, they respond not just with a cartoonish accent or speech impediment, but with their own disposition. You can even see it in their character design. Human beings communicate our feelings on our faces, and Robo is brimming with personality despite not even having one. His analytical nature taken to its logical extreme has given him a childlike curiosity. He doesn't fully understand human emotion, but he's determined to try. It breaks his heart when his robot brothers consider him defective, but even on death's door, he won't resort to violence. He doesn't have much in this world, and what little he's found is priceless treasure to him. Grobik is a robot too. He joins Surge because Surge beats him, and he can use a laser cannon, and that's pretty cool. Now, let's be fair, there are exceptions. Kid's character is very well done. She's a brash hothead with a penchant for violence, but as you go through the story, you'll see cracks in her guise, culminating in one of the best scenes in the game.
I loved Kid.
Karsh, Fargo, and Glenn
thought she
all
was
start as somewhat
some of
two-dimensional, but
Square's
are expanded
best
on in a
work.
satisfying way. Many of the best scenes that delve into these characters are easily missable
Dagger
side
was a
quests, not unlike
badass.
those in Chrono Trigger. Ultimately, though, it's just not comparable. The cast of Trigger are friends. You want to see the game to its conclusion, not just because you care about the fate of their world, but because you care about them as people and their relationships to each other. I feel that Cross has a compelling story, though some might disagree, but it's a story driven by the desire to solve mysteries, explore the unknown, and make sense of the nonsensical. Don't get me wrong, Draggy is a little cutie, but I will not defeat abstract concepts such as time or God in order to protect him. At the end of the day, like everything else, this is just going to be a matter of preference. There's no doubt that collecting a ton of characters is just fun.
Oh, FFX
Seeing them
size going
interact
down for
in various
maintenance,
ways,
damn it.
introducing them to their doubles, traveling around with your favorites, and seeing their crazy animations is a blast. But they lack significance, and that's very important in a Japanese RPG. Swapping fireside stories, hearing silly banter, acting as foils for each other's personalities, these are the glue that hold JRPGs together. I understand it's important to save the world, but you've also got to create a world that's worth saving. Okay, so where were we? Oh yes, that's right. So you have a boat in both the home world and another world now. You can cruise around the world map called the El Nido Archipelago and visit the islands. You can find cool stuff in some of them, like new elements or side quests to start. As of right now, there's still 2 inaccessible places. A jungle housed inside of a massive crater called Gaia's Navel, and an area called the Dead Sea. The Sage of Marbule has directed us toward the Dead Sea to get Surge's body back, and I love the mystery surrounding this area. In Homeworld, the Dead Sea is actually known as the Sea of Eden. In both cases, the area is said to be cursed, and no living man has been known to make it in. I love things like this. It always makes my imagination run wild with possibilities, like going for a hike in pristine wilderness. Who knows what you'll find? Bigfoot? Treasure? An obelisk containing arcane knowledge beyond my wildest dreams? The entry to the Dead Sea
That's
is blocked by
RPG
the massive
Adventure.
Eden. Thrust into the
I
force
love
of
what
this
he
cave.
said right there. I
You
love
might
that. That's
remember
how
the
I feel
massive
about it
Eden from
too.
Chrono Trigger.
Yet you never
While
know
it's
what
been
you're gonna
corrupted,
find.
It can only be
You know?
countered by finding its sister sword, known as the Einlanzer. This leads to one of the cooler boss fights in the game. I have to say, the Dead Sea is excellent. Walking through here is a haunting image, seeing these massive waves frozen in time. The storm clouds moving overhead is a great touch, and the shadow of some massive structure looms in the background. You travel these dilapidated highways. Structures are all crumbling and melting into each other. Do people know this place is a 5-minute bike ride from my fishing village? You stumble across a computer that not only indicates the year is 2300 AD when we thought it was 1020, but whoever was here before was aware of Lavos, the parasitic alien from Chrono Trigger. The mall area here is one of my favorites as well, at least visually. In Chrono Trigger, we explored 2300 AD too, but it was completely apocalyptic. In Cross, this building is held together enough to get a sense of what pre-Lavos life was like in the future. We reach the top of the building, and what follows is probably the most beautiful scene in the game. First of all, that's not what this landscape looked like about 3 minutes ago, but more importantly, this is a powerful visual. We're surrounded by ghosts of the characters from Trigger, and one of the best music tracks in the game accompanies its image of Lean's bell, a symbol of safety in Chrono Trigger in a state of disrepair. This guy who looks like Viper Manor's gardener steps out and gives us a plot dump. Remember how Surge's father, Wazuki, died at sea? It turns out that Surge was actually on the boat with him. Surge had been attacked by a panther demon, and his wounds were so serious they had to set sail on the night of a storm to find help. With him was Lena's father, Miguel. They stumbled across a facility in the Dead Sea. Surge and his father were allowed in, but Miguel was imprisoned, which is why he's been stuck in the Dead Sea for 14 years. Something strange happened in that facility, because Wazuki was forever a changed man. Apparently this has given him a lot of time to think and forget about his social graces, because instead of answering my many burning questions, he waxes philosophical for 5 minutes and then starts fighting Surge. If I wanted to hear someone drone on about a bunch of nerd shit and then threaten to beat somebody up, I'd just listen to a political YouTube debate.
Well, the United States has this thing. You would need some sort of like external European Union body or UN body or somebody looking into something. So for Russia, that's trying to justify a unilateral invasion of a country, to say that like, well, they're...
The battle with Miguel is actually one of the hardest in the game. I think it's the only time I died from unpreparedness. He has some brutal text, but with a little bit of luck you can squeak by relatively unscathed. After being ruthlessly beaten by a gang of teenagers, Miguel briefly recaps the story of Trigger before explaining that somehow Surge's very existence threatens to undo the hard work of the cast of that game. Something he refers to as fate begins to destroy the entire Dead Sea. If this is starting to sound convoluted or confusing, I have to warn you that we're really only scratching the surface.
This is the surface too.
Anyway, Surge and Co. are rescued by a dragon. There are 6 dragon gods that inhabit the El Nido archipelago, one for each element. It seems our new destination is the Sea of Eden, which is Homeworld's version of Dead Sea. That means we can travel between dimensions again. Hooray! It seems that Lynx in Surge's body has been causing some shenanigans back at Homeworld because everyone is terrified of him. While Lynx has been wreaking havoc, Por has moved in and seized control of Termina. I just happen to have Norris, a soldier of Por's military, in my party when learning of this. Karsh confronts him and Norris explains that he's disturbed by his own military's methods. I appreciate these little bits of context. It's easily missable, but it's nice to have a brief explanation for why these two opposing factions are working together. You can pick between Karsh and Zoa here, and though Karsh is a fan favorite, I go with Zoa because his character design is so absurd and I like the way he yells everything. That helmet must be echoey, man.
One of us will... Ah!
Shortly after this we begin the only quote-unquote fetch quest in Chrono Cross. In order to get our body back, we have to earn the blessing of each dragon god, which means defeating them in combat. The dragons occupy different islands across both worlds. Sometimes it's pretty obvious where they are, such as in the case of Water Dragon Isle or Earth Dragon Isle, but other times you'll have to get pretty creative when navigating. Remember when I mentioned Gaia's navel? That's where the green dragon is. To get there, you need to use a flute to call a creature called a wingipede. You gotta use it in the right spot, where it'll pick you up and airdrop you in the area. The dragon designs are absolutely outstanding. Each one feels totally unique and appropriate for their personality and area. The Sky Dragon is this majestic 4-winged beast, and he's very polite. The Water Dragon is this massive amphibious creature, somewhere between a frog and a catfish. The Earth Dragon is this giant snake-like creature with these slug-like eyes and insectoid feelers. My favorites are the Red Dragon, who starts out looking like a Scottish Terrier with a stick, but then expands his glutes and becomes a Giga Chad. And I'm also really fond of the Green Dragon. Gaia's navel is this prehistoric area, totally cut off from the world, and the Green Dragon's design reflects that. He looks only halfway evolved, with these spindly limbs, baleen-like teeth, and these bony protrusions that serve as wings. It's very creepy, and I love how upfront he is about the fact that he just wants to eat you. Finally, there's the Black Dragon, which is kind of an odd case. You can actually just walk up to the sleeping dragon and take his relic without a fight, but that's lame. Rather, if you complete a lengthy, optional side quest, you can awaken the dragon and battle him. Remember how Marbule was evacuated because of these ghost-like monsters? Those are nightmares being created by the Black Dragon. By playing the Song of the Demi-Humans, you manifest them into reality and defeat them, thus awakening the Black Dragon and freeing the Demi-Humans from their indentured servitude. It's a lot of work considering the big reward is just another boss fight, but I choose to do it because it just feels right. It's an excellent side quest, and it's a shame that
That's
so
what
many
Final
people
Fantasy
miss it.
is.
So after defeating the 6 dragons, you can enter the Sea of Eden. This might be my favorite moment in the game. I think I may have said that 2 or 3 times at this point, but I really mean it. This area is beautiful. You can't help but wonder what this place even is. This massive prism forms a center island, and you're forced to face off with this bizarre enemy before continuing. The center island lowers and we enter Chronopolis. It is here that Chrono Cross's story well and truly goes off the rails, and it will never recover. However, you do fight Soundwave from Transformers, so it might be the high point of the game. So, Chronopolis. Chronopolis. Are you ready for this? I'm gonna say a whole bunch of stuff, so whatever hope you have of avoiding spoilers is over starting now. Chronopolis is a research institute built by Balthazar, who is a character from Chrono Trigger, in case you didn't know that. The facility served several purposes and housed while simultaneously being powered by a treasure known as the Frozen Flame, which is actually a piece of Lavos, the primary antagonist of Chrono Trigger.
Fuck Lavos.
Using the energy generated by the flame, Balthazar constructed a supercomputer AI which he called Fate, that was so complex and powerful he didn't even need to install Bonzi Buddy.
I may be the smallest friend you have expanded on, but I will always try and make up for that with my big heart.
Fate somehow discovered that Lavos had actually merged with Shala, a character from Chrono Trigger, resulting in a being known as the Time Devourer. Please do not ask me how Fate figured this out. I'm begging you not to ask questions. So Balthazar decided he needed to stop the Time Devourer, because if not stopped, it is reasonable to assume that it would devour time. So the institution known as Chronopolis attempts to gain control over time itself by interfacing Fate with the Frozen Flame, but it doesn't go so well, pulling Chronopolis back in time to 12,000 BC. But it's all a part of the plan, see, because it would mess up history. The planet itself hurls the city of Dinopolis, yes, the planet itself hurls the city of Dinopolis, which is home to the Reptites in Chrono Trigger, you remember that? Into Chrono Cross's homeworld in order to achieve a balance between technology and dinosaurs, which results in a war between Chronopolis and Dinopolis, with Chronopolis narrowly pulling the lead in the end. So Chronopolis splits the Dragon God. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot to mention. So Dinopolis is powered by a Dragon God, but it's not actually a god. It's a race of cybernetic organisms? Okay, it's a race of cybernetic organisms developed by the Reptites who have big brain in order to power their civilization. So Chronopolis splits the Dragon God into 6 individual entities which become the elemental dragons. Hey, we fought them. Do you remember that? I guess Chronopolis only had the ability to split it and not destroy it because, you know, man, the thing. So there are a few survivors from Dinopolis that become known as the Dragonians. They go to develop the elements that we all know and love, so all those spells we've been using are actually technology made by dinosaur people. Then they promptly go extinct because I guess they have to for the story to continue. So, as it turns out, are you listening? The El Nido Archipelago is actually an artificial construct terraformed by fate as a paradise for the residents of Chronopolis who are sent into the archipelago with their memories erased.
Excellent.
Remember in the beginning when I said something like, "What is this, the Truman Show?" Dad died in a mysterious boating accident many years ago. Is this the Truman Show? Well, if you had Truman Show on your Chrono Cross bingo card, congratulations, because it's time to scratch that one off. That's a bingo! Those pyramids you've been saving at for the whole game, those are actually computer nodes that connect directly with Fate, and it allows for people to be controlled and directed in ways that Fate deems necessary. You might think those people are dumb for going about their lives, never questioning why they have to periodically touch floating pyramids, but hey man, you didn't either. So El Nido is colonized, and Por from Chrono Trigger absolutely annihilates Guardia from Chrono Trigger. Do you remember that? And it's speculated, although never said outright, that Chrono and Marl from the original are killed by the Por military, which is very depressing and kind of funny considering Por in that game was like 3 houses. You know, speaking of which, let's just call this whole section Chrono Trigger Departure number 3, the final act. Okay, so Surge is attacked by a panther demon as a little kid, which is why he keeps having bad dreams about it. Wazuki and Miguel set sail to find help. We knew this. However, The reason the storm blew them off course is because Shala, hearing Surge's crying through, I guess, space and time, probably, intentionally shut down the power at Chronopolis and blew their boat into the institution so that Wazuki could treat Surge with the frozen flame, which healed his wounds, and also turned Surge into the Chosen One. What I mean by that is this. A circuit inside of Fate was placed there by Luca. Remember her? She's from Chrono Trigger. She worked with Balthazar on Fate. The Prometheus circuit is actually Robo. Remember from Chrono Trigger? Who was placed there as a contingency. When Surge interacted with the Frozen Flame, the Prometheus circuit overrode Fate's programming and turned Surge into the only person who could ever touch the Frozen Flame. So, Papa Wazuki, he can't handle the Frozen Flame's power and becomes mind-controlled by Fate and turned into an avatar of Fate, who takes the form of Surge's worst fears, a panther demon. Lynx is Surge's father, is what I'm trying to say. See, Fate and the workers at Chronopolis are pissed. They like the Frozen Flame and they want to use it to do things, and by only giving Surge admin access, this throws a wrench in their plans. At this point, our friend Harl approaches Lynx and gets all buddy-buddy with him, convincing him to find Luca so that she can provide tech support and deactivate the Prometheus circuit so that somebody else other than Surge can deal with the Frozen Flame. You know, Kid, she was an orphan. She was raised by Luca, so understandably, when the orphanage is burned down and Luca is killed by Lynx, Kid is pretty upset. But upset isn't the only thing Kid is. She's also a clone of Shala that she herself created, giving her the amulet that she uses to time travel. I guess she has an intuitive knowledge of what needs to be done because she manages to save Surge, not from the Panther demon
I forgot about this. Kid is Shala.
When Surge was 10, he was almost drowned, and he was supposed to die. Lynx and Fate wanted him to die because if he dies, then the Prometheus circuit that unlocks only for Surge would unlock on the condition that he was dead, which feels like a minor oversight on Luca's part. It turns out that Kid is the one who saved him, and because he was supposed to die, that world fragmented into the two dimensions we know as Homeworld and another world. There will be a quiz, by the way. I hope you're paying attention. Homeworld was never supposed to be a world, so it's doomed. That's why the Sea of Eden is actually the Dead Sea when you're in Homeworld, because Chronopolis will reflect whatever future is in store for the world, which again feels like a minor architectural oversight. As far as I can tell, thanks to the dedicated fans over at Chrono Compendium, is that the homeworld is doomed to destruction because the so-called counter-time experiment taking place at Chronopolis, meant to control the flow of time itself, resulted in multiple time periods and locations occupying the same space-time and causing a singularity, which might be why the Dead Sea looks like it's melting into itself. And presumably, when the world was split into Homeworld and another world, a version of Chrono was created who never went to fight Lavos in 1999, which meant the world was never saved. So in the beginning, when Karsh and the Seasoning Lads tried to apprehend Surge for the crime of being a ghost, it was actually because they were under orders from Lynx, who was back at Viper Manor, who wanted Surge in order to switch bodies with him using a treasure called the Dragon's Tear, which we briefly mistook for the Frozen Flame. Lynx had...
So at this point, do we even have a story anymore? Could you call this a story?
been politically manipulating the Dragoons in order to take control of a large enough force to help him find Surge, and the reason he needed to switch bodies is because in order to access the Frozen Flame, he'd have to be genetically identical to the only person who can access the Frozen Flame. That's Surge, by the way. Surge barges into Fate's bedroom and murders Fate, but that's a good thing because Fate is the bad guy, right? Right? No, not really. Fate was the only thing keeping the shattering remnants of the Dragon God from reforming and establishing a reptite supremacist society. So with the failsafe undone, the remains of Dinopolis are pulled from the ocean and begin floating through the air, forming Terra Tower. Oh yeah, Harl, by the way, she's actually an aspect of the dragons the same way that Lynx is to Fate, and she's been whispering sweet nothings into Lynx's ear, waiting for the right time to seize that sweet frozen flame for her dragon buddies, which she does. Sometimes when you replay an old game, you pick up on things you didn't notice last time. Playing through Chrono Cross, I noticed pervasive themes of lineage and self-identity, breaking away from one's parents, whether they've done good or bad, and adopting an identity separate from them. Fargo abandoned his son Nicky at a young age. Nicky was defined by this, becoming a creative, energetic individual driven to have his voice heard, so that others who suffered as he did might understand. You're not alone. Garai was a proud dragoon, a defender of the weak. When Radius, corrupted by the Masamune, killed Garai in a fit of jealous rage, Garai's spirit twisted and became demonic. His son Dario came into possession of that very sword. His mind was twisted by the same evil that
Oh, I
cursed
remember
his father.
this. Yeah.
Go is a painter whose wife died many years ago. His son Van was forced to live in poverty as his father's obsession with artistic perfection overshadowed his need to make a living.
I think I only ever
Van
did
grew up hard work,
Chrono Cross,
scrimping.
I think like 3 times, something like that. I did Trigger like 40 times, but I didn't do Chrono Cross more than I think like 3 times, something like that, because there were so many other good games, like 7, 8, 9. Like there were so many good games in the PlayStation era that you wouldn't sit on one for 40 playthroughs, you know?
Saving, unable to understand his father's pride. That is until he meets the alternate world's Go. This version of his father became obsessed with money, using Van's well-being as an excuse, going on business trips, discouraging Van from painting, dealing with bad actors to make an extra buck. This Go made Van appreciate those qualities in his father he was so obsessed with running from. Chrono Trigger is like a valiant knight. He slays dragons, he rescues cats from trees. He's a living legend. One day, he has a son. The son's name is Chrono Cross. From his earliest memories, Chrono Cross has been walking in the shadow of his father. Other games would come up to him and say, "Hey Cross, how's your dad doing? You planning on taking over the family business soon?" "Hey, me and your old man go way back." "You got a lot to live up to, big guy." Then one day, Cross just takes a bus to South America, and he stays there for 5 years, drinking ayahuasca and learning to play the theremin. Everybody back home writes him off, but one day, he returns. He's different. He smells weird. He walks around town playing a ukulele, and he talks about the sun a lot. But for some reason or another, you decide to hang out with him. He says a lot of things on subjects he doesn't know much about, but you're too nice to tell him to shut up, so you just listen while saying things like, "Right. Uh-huh." Or, "Oh, that's awesome, man." You realize that he's actually not a bad guy at all. He's got a good heart. He's a bit of an overthinker. His life plans are kind of ambitious, and he's a bit strange to fit in, but his heart's in the right place. But Cross starts getting fed up with being avoided. It's hard for him to make friends. He can't find a job. So he starts saying things like, "Hey, do you know who my old man is?" "Yup, that's me, Chrono Trigger's son." "Yes, sirree, just a chip off the old block." "Hey, Dad, can you throw a good word in for me at the fish packing plant?" "Hey, maybe I can take over the family business someday." All Cross needed was a balance of qualities. It's good to find yourself. It's also good to learn something from somebody who's already been through what you're experiencing. Chrono Cross leans so hard in one direction that when it finally starts leaning in the other, it slingshots so hard that it almost invalidates its own identity. It serves to do nothing but answer 1,000 questions that you never even asked, while asking 1,000,000 questions that will never be answered. This is where Chrono Trigger fans are often lost. The connections to Trigger are shoehorned in. They make very little sense, and each subsequent connection to that world requires a new time travel / dimension travel / inexplicable plot device to make sense. It's like a Subway sandwich with 800 tomatoes on it. Yeah, it's being held together, for now, but all it'll take is the slightest breeze for it to crumble, and frankly, it doesn't even look that appetizing anymore.
2 tomatoes. And some pickle.
I have deep respect for Chrono Cross's ambition. I want to make that clear. I'm actually fascinated by all of this metaphysical crap, I'm not even kidding. It has the bones of an intricate creation myth come to life. It hooks you with the limitless potential of these ideas, and then asks you to wait patiently as it explains everything to you. Like a pathological liar, when you ask it a question, it responds, actually, yeah, the reason that it's this way is because of some other completely insane thing that I'm coming up with on the spot. It bites off more than it can chew. It's impatient with itself. It refuses to let answers bloom naturally, in a way that uses the video game medium to tell a story. But it's not that it can't. There are instances of outstanding storytelling throughout the game. Even the ending is quite good. Speaking of that, I guess we should get to the conclusion here. So, Surge battles the Dragon God. It's an excellent fight, one of the best fights in the game. The arena constantly changes to match the 6 domains of the dragons. And the boss's element type is always shifting, meaning your characters vary in their usefulness throughout the battle. The music is incredible, and there's a lot of build up to this point. It's not super difficult, but it is a battle of attrition. After the fight, you can find the Chrono Cross itself by combining the Shattered Dragon Tear at an altar. It acts as an element, able to be slotted among your other ones. Finally, the game ends where the story really started, back at the beach. And I've got good news. The ghosts of Chrono Trigger's characters are waiting there for you to give you more context. Yeah, to be fair, I actually covered most of what they have to say earlier. So the final boss is the Time Devourer. It's an epic scene, you gotta give it that. There's no music, it's just apocalypse sounds. Shala is imprisoned in a crystal on its back. Now, if you just fight and kill it normally, you can get one of several different endings, depending on how quickly you rushed in and killed it. Most of these are only available on a New Game Plus save file. However, if you use all 6 elements of a different color, in a specific order, and then use the Chrono Cross element, you get the true ending. Not only is the Time Devourer destroyed, but Shala is freed. The split dimensions reunite, Shala and Kid become one person again. Surge ponders the meaning of life before waking up on the beach, having just collected 3 squint feathers for the village maiden. His memory is erased, and he can finally go back and live the life he was meant to live all along. The credits roll, and Kid resolves to find us, sometime, somewhere. It's a very good ending to a very good game that has its issues.
Yeah.
It's beautiful to look at. The soundtrack is incredible.
Exquisite.
There were ambitious decisions made that pissed a lot of people off, but if not pissing people off is stifling your creativity, then it might be worth doing sometimes. The story is a beautiful catastrophe, a mess of characters speaking in strange accents, trying to understand their place in a fractured world, and a team of writers trying to understand Chrono Cross's place in Chrono Trigger's world.
He's good at this.
Just wish they could have figured it out before the game was released. Is the game worth playing? Probably absolutely. But before I answer that, let's talk about this Radical Dreamers edition of the game. If I had to pick one word to describe this remaster, if you can call it that, it would probably be lazy.
2025.
It's far from the worst remaster I've ever played, but there are some massive oversights here. First of all, I find it hilarious that Square Enix keeps releasing these games with a beat the game button and claiming that it's a feature. It's not. And if you plan on using that automatic level up thing, I say just watch somebody play the game on YouTube, skip through the battles. You're getting largely the same experience. That's pretty much it for additional gameplay features, although there's a slow down and fast forward button. Those already exist in the base game. You just have to wait till New Game Plus. If you're bothered by some of the slow battles in these RPGs, you'll probably be glad it's there though. There's a menu that allows you to pick resolution, and you can play the game in hideous widescreen if you're so inclined. You can also switch between the old and new graphics. The new graphics are pretty limited, so the big thing is the new character portraits. I think this is going to be a point of contention with old Cross fans. I found myself vastly preferring the old style at first, but eventually the new ones did start growing on me. The style fits more with the vibrant tropical theme. However, these new portraits vary massively in quality. I think some portraits like Snef, Orla, and Viper are big improvements. The majority of portraits don't look overly different than the old ones, sacrificing details for greater visual clarity. And some of them just look terrible. I'm astonished by how bad these Dark Surge portraits look, straight out of one of those Scholastic Book Order How to Draw Anime guides. Fungi kinda looks creepier to me now, but I guess that might be a good thing if you like creepy mushroom men. I don't think I'm crazy with the new Norris either. Before he looked boyish but distinguished. Now he just looks a little pouty. Regardless of how you feel, you can switch them on and off, so that's always nice. Now, the backgrounds have been cleaned up, and I did make big finger quotes there when I said that. What this really means is they've been run through one of those AI filter programs that tries to iron out the artifacts a little bit. Some of the scenes look okay, and if you're being really charitable, you could say they have a watercolor look. Others are just messy, with lots of lost details. Unfortunately, without the filter, the pre-rendered backgrounds look pretty rough with a high-resolution monitor or TV, so again, I think it'll be up to you to decide what looks better. It's too bad all of these assets for these old games are long gone. It would be awesome to see the original backgrounds rendered at a high resolution. But, since this is the best we'll get, is it better than emulating? I don't really know, because I'm pretty sure the game does run on a proprietary emulator. That's the only way to explain how bad the FPS is. I foolishly went into this $20 commercial product that was made 22 years ago expecting 60 frames per second. Sadly, you're getting the PS1 experience, beat for beat. Battles
Really?
can run hilariously slow when there's multiple enemies on screen. There's absolutely no excuse for that. Also, the full motion videos run at their original low resolution, so they look awful stretched across a large screen. I'd say the closest thing to an objective improvement is the character models, which have had their textures cleaned up and a slight increase in the poly count by the looks of it. Also, they claim that the classic mode graphics are all original, but that's not the original font. The original font might actually have looked decent here. This one looks like Arial expanded in Microsoft Paint. Then there's the inclusion of Radical Dreamers. So this was a visual novel that originally came out on the Satellaview, which was a Super Nintendo add-on that launched in Japan only. There's been a fan translation of this game that you can find in ROM format, and though it was very good, I think the official release does a slightly better job of handling prose. I think this is going to be a matter of preference though, and the translation does a more than respectable job of staying true to the source material, which is a judgment I can only make now that I've played both. I wouldn't consider Radical Dreamers a necessary inclusion or a must-play, even if you are a big Chrono Cross fan, but it is worth checking out. It ties some things together between Trigger and Cross, adds a little bit of context to Cross's development, and there's some really awesome 16-bit interpretations of Cross's soundtrack as well. I played through the new version on my channel without commentary, so if you're interested, you can check that out. $20 isn't a lot to ask, but Radical Dreamers doesn't do much to sell itself. If you're a longtime fan looking for a convenient way to experience the game, I guess you could do worse. The problem is that if this game doesn't sell well, Square Enix will just say, well, guess nobody's interested in another Chrono game. We'll close the book on that one for the next 20 years. When in reality, it's their bare minimum approach that's holding everything back. There were so many things that they could have cleaned up. Little quality of life additions, or the FPS bumped up at a bare minimum. It's not the worst remaster, it's not even the worst Square Enix remaster, but as I said, it's very lazy. They think we'll cough up the cash because $20 isn't that much, therefore it doesn't matter that this remaster of a very emulatable game, just saying, isn't up to snuff. I think it matters greatly, and I wouldn't blame you if you wanted to hold on to your money out of principle. So that's it for this video. I appreciate you sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed it, I kindly request that you like and or subscribe.
Thank you, Magilar, for the excellent content from my stream. I'd like a sub to your channel. My mouse in my bedroom is causing me to have mouse drift. It's fucking annoying. You don't mess with the Zohar, yeah. Retrospectives are fun, but they kind of drag out. They're like so long. Nine.
Schedule and or formula. Sometimes these are games that are just hard to kind of mold into the way.
Oh, we already did this one.
Shadowlands is regarded as the final nail in the coffin for most players regarding World of Warcraft. Players were rewarded for weathering through the storm of a droughtless Warlords of Draenor Legion. However...
No...
The exhaustion of Battle for Azeroth and what was to come in Shadowlands made it very clear for some players it was time to move on. There was, of course, other elements that
Thank you, Ed. I'd like to sub to your channel.
Being in the middle of a pandemic and the Blizzard lawsuit, for example. I won't be commenting on either of those in this video, but I think it's important to mention them all the same. Now, I know what you're thinking. Do we need this video? And the answer is probably not. But you've clicked this video, and retrospection is important. Plus, there may be people who are curious about Shadowlands who never actually played it. Shadowlands firmly sits at the bottom of the pile for most players in regards to its poor deliverance, confusing story, and its failures. So today I'm asking the question, Shadowlands, just how bad was it? This video will be broken up into segments, which I will chapter and timestamp in the description, if there are sections you would prefer to jump to.
The music was
segment
good.
Of this video will be a story recap, so feel free to skip over that if you have no interest in it. I'll also be skipping PvP, as I wouldn't be able to give a clear evaluation on it. I hope you will enjoy. This is a very condensed version of the story of Shadowlands, and as always, some backstory before we begin. 3 important things happened before the Shadowlands plot. As discussed in the Battle for Azeroth video, which you can watch here if you're interested, around the time of Cataclysm, Sylvanas jumped off Icecrown Citadel to her death. She was promptly sent to the Maw by the Arbiter. Here, 9 more sworn Valkyr found her and brought her to the jailer, who promised her that they could break the cycle of life and death
The
together.
Maw was such a bad idea. It was like this place that you couldn't mount. So nobody went there. Because it was way too slow. People went there, but it wasn't this place that they thought it would be. I thought Torghast was going to be really good. Torghast was not that... It was not as good as it should have been. I mean, I like Torghast. But it's one of the cooler things they've ever done, but it just was not very fun place to be. It was a really dark dungeon. Oh yeah, FFXI went down, huh? Well, I was thinking that I would fire up 12.
They both see it as unfair. He was the first arbiter and saw countless lives and how they're supposed to be judged based on the will of the first ones.
I don't care about this. The full of Max Payne too. So okay, so Marvel Rivals is actually killing Overwatch. No, it isn't. Yeah, I think add-ons do kind of ruin WoW. I don't know.
So, while I was working at Blizzard,
Thank you,
we would
Andrew
have
Chambers
these
Design.
somewhat
I'd like to
regular
sub to your
design
channel.
summits. Basically, all the designers at the company gathering at a nearby hotel for a few days to discuss design topics and focus on furthering our craft. Each time, people would give talks on design. I remember Ben Brode gave a talk about Yes and. Robin Walker from Valve visited and gave a talk about Team Fortress 2. And one time, Jeff Kaplan, who was the director of Overwatch at the time, gave a talk about rough edges. And this idea of rough edges is what I want to focus on today with a few indie RPGs. The gist of the talk was that as designers, we're so focused on improving the design of the game for players that we kind of smooth out the interesting parts of it
34.
under the guise of usability or player comprehension. Take modern day World of Warcraft versus classic WoW as an example. In Classic, there was a quest where you had to find Mankirk's wife in the Barrens. The quest giver, Mankirk, asks you to find his wife, who's lost in battle. He gives you a vague description of a small camp, but not much else. The player is then left to their own devices to search for the body. Now, in Classic, there was no markers on the map. There were no highlighting on quest objects. And as a result, that made this quest really hard. On top of that, the body was labeled as burned corpse. So even if you did manage to find the camp, which was super far away, there's a chance you wouldn't even think it was correct and just keep going. This quest might seem like bad design, but this lack of detail and UI resulted in one of the most memorable social experiences in World of Warcraft. Don't forget, WoW is fundamentally an MMO, and in every MMO there are chat channels where you can just chat with other nearby players. This meant that many players, when they got stuck on this quest, would ask in chat, Where's Mankirk's wife? And this resulted in one of the most memorable quests in the game to this day. If you played WoW back then, and you had a Horde character, you know what I'm talking about, right? The original Mankirk's wife is an example of a rough edge. And there's no way you'd ever find a quest like that in modern day WoW. They've all been smoothed out. And there's no more stories in the community of Mankirk's wife style moments either. There's nothing quite as memorable. The game has been so polished. The process of designing not just quests but systems and mechanics is so refined that it's lost a lot of its heart. Not only would the quest text never be so ambiguous, but there would be markers on your map showing you exactly where to go that are tied to the quest. And the corpse would have an outline on it and a tooltip driving home that this is where you should be. You'd never need to use chat. The game would just kind of tell you everything. Now, I know I'm beating up on WoW as an example, but it's far from the only game that does this. Many big games have done such a good job of polishing their products that there's no longer any variability, any expression, any authenticity in their games.
They polish their products, do they?
Given the opportunity to learn or truly explore. They're on rails. The next step in progression is guaranteed to be put in front of them at exactly the right moment. Some of this is, of course, driven by MAU and DAU and retention in the name of monetization, but much of this is driven by designers over-indexing on polishing the experience. A friend of mine who worked on Ensemble shared a story about how, when they were making Age, they would get asked by people, could my mother understand how to play that? What a ridiculous question. Of course not. It's actually irrelevant. She wouldn't even be playing it. She isn't even remotely the target audience for an Age of Empires type game. I mean, maybe she is, right? But in general, no. Yet this type of attempt to abnormally broaden the audience into groups which would never be adopters anyway resulted in a lot of this smoothing out of the experience. Okay, so rant over. What's my point? Well, this smoothing out has resulted in many games losing their soul. They've become so smooth that rather than being interactive, they're kind of passive. Sure, you're clicking on the controller, but there's very little engagement. And as designers, that's our fault. We do that. We often get so focused on improving the player experience that we don't allow the player to have fun figuring out how to do it. So it's refreshing when I sit down to play some indie games which, deliberately or not, whether it's an intentional choice or simply due to lack of time and resources, don't smooth over all of those rough edges. Let's take a look at 3 indie RPGs that don't smooth over everything. Dig into the designs that are a little rough and see what we can learn from them. Barony is what you would get if you combined Minecraft, Daggerfall, and Rogue. With a simple, blocky look, the game contains some complex and challenging systems. Lacking any kind of meta currency to make the game easier over time, the game forces players to leverage the knowledge that they earn by playing the game, making mistakes, dying, and repeating. This is a true rogue-like. The game has actually been out since 2015, and since then, the developers, indie company Turning Wheel, have continued to support it with updates and content. In this time, the developers have done a fantastic job of not smoothing out the rough edges, though it likely would have been hard not to, given how vocal much of their audience can be. One of these systems is their cursed items. Cursed items are gear which you can equip on your character that have negative effects. One of those being that once equipped, you can't easily take them off. Likely inspired by Dungeons and Dragons or Rogue, these items are what I'd describe as kiss-curse design, where there's potential for a strong upside, but it comes at the risk of a big downside. This ties really closely with the game's item identification system, but I'll get to that in just a second. They generally fall into a few different categories. Really bad ones, which are just all negative. Most players, they just don't even bother with these and discard them very quickly. Then there's more joke ones. These are ones which have some humorous side effects, but the benefit they provide usually isn't worth the trade-off. Then there's the interesting ones. These are the ones which are balanced just right, so that maybe they might be worth it. I suppose items like wands with limited charges fall into the interesting category, as eventually they break and can be removed, but that's not the point here. Cursed items serve a bit of a confusing role. While there are some classes, like the succubi, that can take advantage of them, many players suggest not even dealing with them, just like throwing them away. So why do they even exist? What purpose do they serve? Why not simply remove this rough edge? Well, they exist for a few reasons, even if they aren't extremely obvious. By creating items in the game which are imperfect, it creates opportunities for more choices. Imagine going into a bakery to pick out a loaf of bread. Everyone tells you that the best bread is multigrain. At least that's what my wife tells me. And all the choices available on the shelf are just some variation of multigrain. Some have more seeds, some have fewer. Some are shaped a little differently, but at the end of the day, they're all some kind of multigrain bread. This isn't really a choice. That's what most item systems in RPGs are like today. Just choosing minor variations between stats, which don't...
My biggest complaint with modern RPGs is the fucking loot feels worthless. After you experience the power of getting an AK in Rust off of some kid with like a SAR or like an Aoka or something like that, you go from double barrel to full-blown full metal AK set. Once you experience that enough, all the other loot in all the other games feels worthless, and none of them ever have power creep that you actually need. It's fucking annoying.
Don't really change much. Cursed items are like the super weird black bread over in the corner that's described as blood bread. Does it actually contain blood? Is that mold on the outside? It could be the most amazing thing you've ever eaten, or it could just make you throw up and regret life's choices. You see, systems like cursed items can be used to create more of these kinds of interesting choices. They can also be used to give players opportunities to build interesting kits. Because the cursed items contain downsides, it may be possible to find other items which negate the downsides of those stats. For example, say you found an amulet that strangles you, but increases how much damage you do by some nutty amount. Well, of course that's a bad choice. You might do a lot of damage, but you wouldn't last very long because you'd die without the whole oxygen thing. But what if you found a magic spell which allowed you to live without oxygen? Suddenly, this makes it worth it. And you as a player feel like you've solved a fun problem. This example is super on the nose, but you can see what I'm getting at. It's all about creating opportunities for players to play with their build, not just find the most optimal meat so they can start leveling up and discovering items. It's just brilliant. They've managed to smooth down the rough edge, integrate it into the existing system, and yet still retain the core purpose of the system. to slow players down. They didn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, as we often said about cutting features on WoW. There's so many other systems in Barony that I could go on about it for a while, but I promise to cover more RPGs, so let's just leave it here, and if you want me to, I can come back to Barony another time. Drover Forsaken Kin is a pixel art action RPG inspired by grimdark classics of the genre such as Gothic or Children of Mortar, and the mystical allure of Celtic mythology. Many people refer to the game as being Euro-jank, a phrase which refers to the lower overall quality of higher complexity products which come out of parts of Europe with limited budgets. I'm not sure that I love the term, but the team has certainly embraced the challenge of building such an ambitious project. Being jank, it feels like we should be able to find a lot of rough edges in the game to highlight our thesis here today, though. One of the first features that stood out to me was the Investigate tool. So, when you're exploring the world, at any time, you can enable Investigate mode. This slows your character down and simultaneously reveals things in the game world that weren't there before. The best example of this is footprints. Oftentimes, when you're given a quest, you aren't given a lot of information. I'll get into that in detail next. In order to find the location system, because it's way more. So, for example, if you have a bit of damage spread across a few limbs, rather than being able to heal to full, you may only be able to heal to 90%. There are also modifiers or
I want to watch that, the Wendigoon.
His parents filed a missing persons report, but otherwise just had to wait. Now, this first robbery can't 100% be confirmed to be Platt and Maddox, but investigators believe on April the 11th, 1986, the deadliest shootout in FBI history
I think I went to bed, like, right as I started this.
would take place. In the course of 5 minutes, over 140 shots would be fired, 4 people would be dead, and law enforcement would be changed forever. Hello, everybody. Today we will be talking about the 1986 Miami-Dade shootout. Now, the part everyone remembers about this case is the shootout itself. And don't worry, we're going to get to that. But to set the stage for how the situation became as devastating as it did, we need to talk about the perpetrators and the series of crimes they committed that led up to this fateful moment. Thankfully, this is one of the most well-documented cases in FBI history, and there are, with no exaggeration, thousands of articles and journals that have been written about this event. And my personal favorite source for it that I highly recommend.
Let me get something to drink real quick. I'll be right back. So I was like, where is it? It's like making a snowball. It's fucking awesome. Okay. Feels good to have a low-key, sober day after like 3 days of binge drinking and holiday shit. Feels pretty good.
Is a book called FBI Miami Firefight, 5 Minutes That Changed the Bureau, which was written by Ed Morales, one of the officers who we're going to talk about in this story. Also, because it's such a popular story, sometimes a game of telephone happens and bad data will get passed down a chain of information forever. So if there's any contradictory points in the story or like disagreement between dates, I tried to just go off what the FBI said, but sometimes even the FBI in the same report will give 2 different dates for the same thing that happened. So I just always defaulted to whatever Ed said because, you know, he was there. And if the guy who was there wants to be wrong about it, that's fine by me. There are so many interesting legs to this story, from reopening cold cases to decades.
I'm going to get something to eat. I'll be right back. What do I want to eat? I think I would have... Oh, I know what I want. Well, I don't know. The pepperoni... Yeah, a wrap would be good.
of data and testing and arguments that are still persistent about calibers and how police should approach suspects and things like that. It is by far one of the most influential events in law enforcement history, and I'm excited to talk about it. However, this being YouTube, and because we're going to be talking about things that... Oh, wait, actually, hold on, let me put on my disguise 1 second. Okay. All right, yeah. Since we're going to be talking about things that go boom and people being shot and whatnot, I'm very thankful for the sponsor of today's video because it's really cool to get paid for doing work, if you could call all of this that. Because if there's one thing that YouTubers get way too caught up on, it's money. And as someone who likes to keep their money, I know how frustrating it can be to have trouble setting budgets or to have a bunch of unneeded subscriptions that you don't even realize you were paying for. But that's where today's sponsor, Rocket Money, is here to help. Rocket Money is an all-in-one personal finance app that helps you cancel subscriptions, lower your bills, and manage your money better. With Rocket Money, you can create a customized budget in seconds. And from there, you can get updates to keep track of your spending all the way down to specific spending categories. Rocket Money places all of your subscriptions into a single list, and if you see something that you don't want to pay for anymore, in just a few steps, Rocket Money can cancel that subscription for you. Rocket Money can even help you lower your bills. That is right, with just a couple of taps, Rocket Money can help negotiate your bills from internet service providers to phone bills, and from there, Rocket Money can negotiate your rates on your behalf. Rocket Money has helped save its customers up to $740 a year when they use all of Rocket Money's premium features, and have helped save their customers $500 million in canceled subscriptions. So start being smart with your money and get a hold of Rocket Money today, because right now there's never been a better time to get in on this offer. That's because right now if you head to the link in the description at rocketmoney.com/Wendigoon, you'll be able to get started with Rocket Money for free. That is right, for free. From there, you can unlock even more features with premium, but for now, you can just try out the app and see if it's right for you and join the over 5 million members using Rocket Money today. Again, that is rocketmoney.com/Wendigoon to get started for free today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Rocket Money for sponsoring this video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and we are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. There's a lot of angles you could take this case, but to make it the most interesting, why don't we start at the beginning? And in this story, that's our suspects. Those suspects being Michael Lee Platt and William Russell Maddox. Platt and Maddox seemed to live a rather uninteresting life until they met each other sometime in the 1970s. Maddox was a former Marine cook who would later enlist in the Army and become a military police officer. And Platt enlisted in the Army, went to air assault school, and then also became a military police officer. Sometime after 1973, both of the men were stationed at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. It was after getting out of the military that both of the men's lives would take very brutal and suspicious turns. In December of 1983, Maddox and his wife were living near Columbus, Ohio. It was in Columbus, Ohio that Maddox's wife, Patty, worked as a cancer research doctor at the Methodist Hospital. Well, on December 30th of 1983, Maddox's wife and her co-worker were found tied up with their mouths gagged and their throats slit. Both of them were murdered at work, and to this day, the case remains unsolved.
What?
The same day this happened, Maddox's father suffered a stroke, more than likely at the news of what happened to his daughter-in-law, and his father would need constant care for his health until his death a few months later. Over the course of this, people around Maddox said that he had a religious awakening and became a diehard Christian and member of his church, while also, unbeknownst to most people, was the prime suspect in his wife's murder. Now again, he was never charged, and the case is officially cold as no one was ever tried for the murders, but given what we find out later, I wouldn't exactly put it past him. What we do know that happened because of Maddox's wife's death is Maddox received a pretty handsome insurance payout. Early FBI numbers say that the estimated value of this payout was $180,000, with some estimates being as high as $400,000. Either way, a lot of money. However, whatever amount of money it was didn't seem to be enough for Maddox, as he became involved in a lengthy legal process, claiming that the insurance company didn't pay him out what he was deserved because of the local police botching the investigation. After Maddox's father died in the spring of 1984, it seems that Maddox didn't really have a reason to stick around in Ohio, so his buddy Platt invited him to come live with Platt down in Miami, Florida. While in the Army, Platt had met a woman named Regina, and the two of them were married on Halloween of 1975, and from the outside looking in, seemed to have a very lovely home life. Regina was from Miami, Florida, so after Platt got out of the military, they moved down there. And as mentioned, since Maddox didn't really have anywhere to go, Platt invited Maddox to come down and be a part of his life. So much so that in 1984, Maddox bought a fourth of a company that Platt had started with his brother, a landscaping business called Blade Cutters. Platt had started Blade Cutters with his brother in 1982, leaving a job that he had with Regina's father to start the company, and Regina came onto the company as their bookkeeper. So Platt had a whole family business going on and invited Maddox into the fold. And things went fine for like less than a year. Because on May 17th of 1985, Maddox was effectively kicked out of Blade Cutters. Either his shares were bought up or dissolved because seemingly Platt's brother wanted nothing to do with him. The stated reason was personality differences, so do with that what you will. And also apparently after this, Maddox just spent a while making toys, like little wooden toys, at the Blade Cutters warehouse. So like they kick him out of the company, but he won't leave. So it's a landscaping company, and then the guy who used to own a fourth of it is just in the corner building trains or something. The reason I say it was probably Platt's brother who had a problem with Maddox is because just a few months later, in August of 1985, Maddox and Platt would start another landscaping business called Yankee Clipper. Now, one of the reasons this fallout probably happened between Platt and his brother and Maddox and all that is because of what happened shortly before all of this in December of 1984. Because on December 21st of 1984, Platt's wife Regina would take her own life, allegedly. So, according to the official report, Platt was in another room of his house when Regina took a shotgun and fired it into her mouth. There were no signs of a struggle. There was never any evidence to imply that it was forceful or Regina didn't act alone. However, what made people suspicious is several people around Platt had made comments to the effect that they were worried about Regina's safety around Platt leading up to this event. According to the FBI, there were allegations that Platt had been having an affair with a waitress up until October of 1984 that lasted for like a year. So the official narrative at the time was just that maybe Regina got word of that and couldn't live with the depression it put her under. But friends of Regina would later recount that Regina had came to them in the weeks before her death saying that she was afraid Platt was going to kill her. And one of Platt's friends would later say that Platt had said something to the effect of, "I'm just mad she killed herself because I wanted to do it." Similar to Maddox, even though there is no explicit proof or anything like that, it's not the kind of thing I'd put past him. Not helped by the fact that less than a month after Regina's death, Platt would remarry. To further complicate things, Platt had 3 children with Regina that he brought into this new marriage. I should also mention that Maddox had a daughter from his marriage with Patty, who was very young and also living with him down in Miami. But according to everyone else, people from the church, people from the community, if you didn't know about those pretty big blips in their history, they seemed to be model citizens. They attended church, their business was doing well. If you didn't know them one-on-one, everything seemed fine. However, people who did know them personally were very aware of some of the men's flaws. For example, Maddox, after he moved to Miami, had a habit of dating women for a couple weeks before asking them to marry him. He eventually married one woman who stayed with him for 2 weeks before they separated, and she would later go on to refer to him as a, quote, monster. In their short time together, she also became pregnant with his child, and after the child was born, he wanted nothing to do with it. Also in 1985, people who knew Maddox personally said that a lot of the conversations he would have always bordered on the morbid, something to do with death or leaving things behind after you die. And he would also say cryptic things like he has a warehouse with Platt where they keep vehicles and weapons for their secret missions, which later would people find out what that might mean. There's also a couple of stories involving the two men that aren't explicitly confirmed, but they're too weird not to mention. For one, there is a story that got passed around in like local papers and rumors from like people who knew the two men that while Regina was still alive, Platt would apparently encourage her to sleep with Maddox. I don't know how true that is. Typically after, people do a really bad thing, everyone who ever knew them came out of the woodwork to talk about all these evil boogeyman stories that may or may not be real. Again, it's not like I'd put it past him. That just seems like a really weird, side project. Which, if that is true, that certainly adds to the reason why Regina might have done the thing that she did. And another really weird story about them that the details can't be 100% confirmed, but at least some of it is real, is the story around a guy named Earl Burnett. So Earl Burnett had a business where he would sell people vending machines. And then for some reason in 1985, Platt and Maddox bought 10 vending machines. I have no idea what they were going to do with those, but they did it. And then according to Platt and Maddox, the vending machines were faulty. So they send the vending machines back to Burnett. Burnett says that the vending machines were fine when he sent them, so the two men must have broken them and then sent them back in order to get a refund. Apparently, the two men were so mad about this that in June of 1985, they drove to Lincoln, Nebraska. And that is not up for debate. Both the men as well as Burnett say that they went to Lincoln, Nebraska in June of 1985 to get their money back from Burnett. Burnett says they did this by showing up at his house at 7 in the morning and then acting like they had guns in their coat pocket, ordered him to get in the car. Now, according to Platt and Maddox, they just wanted to talk about their refund, and either way, the three men ended up going to breakfast. At a local restaurant. While they're there are police officers eating in the restaurant, to which Burnett runs over to them and begins to scream that the two men he is eating with are going to kill him. So this causes a whole scene. The police officers pat down Platt and Maddox, and turns out they don't have any weapons on them, but Platt and Maddox are so mad about this, they get a lawyer and try to file a lawsuit against Burnett, and it became a whole thing for years. That was never really resolved up until the thing that these men would later do, title of the video, right? Which had to be really weird for Burnett because I'm sure everyone thought he was crazy because he's literally the vending machine salesman and he's telling people that, there's two men trying to kill him over his vending machines. And I'm sure everyone thought he was insane until he might have actually sold vending machines to the two people in the country who would kill someone over vending machines. While the details of all of that are foggy, what we do know is over the course of 1985, the two men seemed to get desperate. Maddox seemed to be directionless. Sure, he had a daughter, but he had lost his wife by someone's doing and seemed to just kind of be doing odd job to make ends meet. And after the death of Regina, again by someone's doing, it can be assumed that Platt was in a similarly dark position. Either way, it seems that over the course of 1985, the two men had developed a want for more and devaluation of human life. And if there was ever a market to have that opinion, it was Miami in the 1980s. And it seemed that the greatest way to get rich fast, if you don't care about people, was
cocaine.
Bank robbery. According to Ed Morales, in the year leading up to the Miami-Dade shootout, there was a bank robbery in Miami, or a bank truck robbery, every day, with some days having as many as 5 robberies. Miami is the one place in the country that can give LA a run for its money when it comes to high crime. So perhaps one day one of the guys read the paper or turned on the news and got an idea of how they were going to get rich quick and how they were going to step on a lot of people to do it. The first act of violence that we know the two men committed was on October the 4th of 1985. It was on that date that a young man named Emilio Brill went out shooting in southwest Miami. There was this big rock pit off of a trailhead that people kind of used as just a dump site. So a bunch of local people knew it as a place you could go set up cans and shoot around for fun. It was on that date that a 25-year-old Emilio left his parents' house to go shooting at this dump outside of town. He drove away in his 1977 gold Chevy Monte Carlo, and was never seen again. The next day, after his father couldn't find him the night before, his parents filed a missing persons report, but otherwise just had to wait. Now, this first robbery can't 100% be confirmed to be Platt and Maddox, but investigators believe it was just because of their MO and because afterwards people around them gave reasoning to why this should be them, so we're going to assume it is for now. Only 5 days after Emilio went missing, on October the 9th, 1985, a Loomis Wells Fargo bank truck was parked in front of a Steak and Ale restaurant at 12:30 p.m. to get a money pickup. These bank trucks would make their round to various businesses that had excess in cash, and the bank truck would transport the money to the bank in order to make sure everything was safe and, random people weren't getting robbed. The Wells Fargo truck consisted of a driver and a courier. The driver pulled up in front of the Steak and Ale restaurant, and the courier got out, went inside, and grabbed the cash. As the courier made his way back out of the restaurant with the duffel bag of cash, 2 men approached him and said, "Don't move or I'll shoot." The 2 men had, according to the courier, an M16 rifle and a .45 caliber pistol, and were wearing ski masks, camouflage, helmets, and bulletproof vests. So the 2 robbers are holding the courier at gunpoint and lead him around to the back of the truck. They tell him to open the back of the truck, and the courier says that the driver has the keys and he's the only one who can open it. So they drag the courier around to the front of the truck, and while pointing the gun at him, tell the driver to come open the back door or they'll kill the courier. And the driver just drives away. He just leaves that guy on his knees in a Steak and Ale parking lot. And the robbers were so mad that they just started shooting at the back door of the bank truck as it drives away, which obviously doesn't do anything. So the courier's on the ground, and he's like, "Please don't kill me." So they hit him in the head, and then they drive away. But as they drive away, they throw out smoke grenades from the window to cover their escape.
Oh no, it's Dale Gribbles. Oh no, it's a couple of Dale Gribbles. Pocket sand. Oh no.
All they did was they stole the duffel bag that the courier had walked out with, which contained...
I can't believe what he said, but I'm just going to repeat it because I think what he said is what he said. There's this allegation that these 2 guys, they just full-blown slit their wives' throats at work one night. They just went to their wives' workplaces. They hated their wives, I guess. And their wives worked with each other. And they went to their to the hospital where their wives worked, and they slit their throats, and they collected like $400,000 in life insurance. That's how this story started. Was with these guys slaying their wives. Now, this was never confirmed. They weren't convicted of that. But, I mean...
$2,825. So, a big first score. It's like...
$2,825.
With a lot of those companies has the keys, and he's the only one who can open it. So they drag the courier around to the front of the truck, and while pointing the gun at him, tell the driver to come open the back door or they'll kill the courier. And the driver just drives away. He just leaves that guy on his knees in a Steak and Ale parking lot. And the robbers were so mad that they just started shooting at the back door of the bank truck as it drives away, which obviously doesn't do anything. So the courier's on the ground, and he's like, "Please don't kill me." So they hit him in the head, and then they drive away. But as they drive away, they throw out smoke grenades from the windows to cover their escape, I guess.
Dale Gribble.
And yeah, they
fucking right-wingers are so dumb. You always hear stupid shit like this. It started off with them killing their wives. Then it went to, full-blown bank car robbery. I didn't expect this story to be this insane.
All they did was they stole the duffel bag that the courier had walked out with, which contained $2,825. So, a big first score. It's like it's company policy with a lot of those companies to just drive away, because the idea is if you like stick around, there's a larger chance someone will get hurt or, you know, don't comply with demands or whatever. I get all that, but it's just a funny visual. I imagine the driver was like making eye contact with his friend, and just like you can see him slowly reach down and put the truck in gear. He has like 3-point turn to get out. Just leaves him. Also, the smoke grenades were incredibly dramatic. Like, it's Miami at noon. There are 800 cars on the road. No one's gonna find you. But what they will find is 2 smoke grenades in the middle of the highway. The courier said that the 2 men left in a blue or gray 4-door vehicle, and a bystander managed to get the tags on the vehicle. Probably wouldn't have been looking if there weren't smoke grenades in the road. And the plates came back as a match to a vehicle that was reported stolen a week earlier. At the same time this was happening, because again there was such a plethora of bank robberies happening in Miami at the time, that the FBI office in Miami had a division known as the C1 division. And C1's entire job was
to stop bank car robbery.
So the FBI agents at C1 responded to this event and started a profile on these bandits, who would later become known within the C1 as the Unknown Bandits. I guess a play on their ski masks, because they think they're so mysterious. Well, the FBI agents wouldn't have to wait long, because only a week later, on October the 16th, the Unknown Bandits would hit again. Oh, sorry, it's not the Unknown Bandits, it's the Unknown Gang. I'm gonna keep calling them the Unknown Bandits. It sounds more demeaning. On October the 16th of 1985, another Wells Fargo truck was in the parking lot of a Winn-Dixie doing another pickup. For this arrangement, the Wells Fargo truck had 3 people working the truck that day: the driver, the courier, and a lookout. The way it worked is a lookout would walk up to the building first, wait a couple minutes to make sure there wasn't anyone, you know, ready to jump out and rob them, and then the lookout would signal for the courier to come inside of the building, and then when it was time to leave, the lookout would wait at the front of the store until the courier was loaded up, and then they would signal for him to come onto the truck. So all of that went fine on the entry, but as they were making their way back out, the courier was halfway to the parking lot between the lookout and the driver when suddenly the bandits would attack again. This time, as the courier is making his way across the crowded parking lot, one of the 2 men would run up wearing the same attire, the ski mask, the camouflage, and then yell, "Freeze," before shooting the courier in the thigh with a shotgun. Which I don't know what the point is in yelling freeze.
Why? And why shoot him with a shotgun? That's a nightmare. There's gonna be blood everywhere. There's fucking, you know, there's evidence now. There's like there's stains and gunpowder like residue. There's all kinds of evidence that she didn't have before. There's blood all over the place, and maybe you're just trying to maim him. But maybe he gets lead poisoning from the fucking many bullets in his fucking leg. It dies. You know, it's not, you know. Why shoot the guard? The guard's out. The guard's out. You can just disarm the guard. Disarm the guard. The guard doesn't want to die for $3,000 or whatever. Just disarm the guard. You don't have to kill them. Fucking stupid. What is killing them gonna do? You're gonna get detectives with boners who fancy themselves Sherlock Holmes, who come chasing after you forever. That's not the kind of profile you want as a criminal. Fucking stupid.
And then shooting someone. It's stupid. It's announcing that you're there before you fire a gun. Immediately, the driver and the lookout pull their guns and start returning fire on the guy who just shot the courier. As they're doing this, a second robber with some kind of rifle begins to fire back as well, and the 2 robbers get away without being shot and also without getting any money. And the courier, who was shot in the leg, survived and recovered, so really they just caused a lot of noise for no reason. It was really hard for the FBI to get anything out of this investigation because there were a ton of eyewitnesses, but everyone claimed to have seen something different. Some people were saying that they saw a getaway driver, some people saying it was as many as 4 people. Everyone reported a different color and kind of car. I think what happened is there were just several cars in the parking lot, so when the shooting happened, someone just saw like a car and assumed that had to be the car for some reason. Either way, it seems that the 2 were not happy about this botched robbery because they did another one the next day. And if you thought the Winn-Dixie bank robbery was stupid, this one is incredibly stupid. On October the 17th, there was a Loomis truck that was picking up a delivery from a Dalt's restaurant. The parking lot was crowded, so the bank truck pulled into the alley right behind the Dalt's restaurant. As the courier is making his way outside, he's walking to the car, and behind the dumpster in the alley, he sees two men standing there with, again, an identified M16, just waiting on him to get close. And I swear I'm not kidding, that courier was the same courier from the Steak and Ale robbery a week earlier. So the guy who got left by his driver just alone in the parking lot was now about to be left
jumped
alone
by
in
two
an
dudes
alley.
with M16s.
So in response, he sees the two men and without saying anything, drops the money bag, pulls his revolver, and shoots 4 times. That guy said, absolutely not. What's really funny to imagine is he recognized them like in their stupid ski mask and camo and everything, which what's the point of camouflage in downtown Miami? But he sees the two of them, and like that just makes you stand out so much more. Anyway, he sees the two of them, and he's like, you again.
Blah, blah, blah.
Dumps the cylinder on it. Anyway, this time the two don't even shoot back. They see that the robbery's not going in their favor, so they turn the corner and get out of there. It seems that the two men were unsatisfied with their lack of results because they would wait 3 weeks until their next robbery on November the 8th of 1985. On that day in the early morning, a Florida National Bank teller was working one of the drive-through windows attached to the bank. The little drive-through section that he was in was separate from the bank itself, so when he ran out of money, he had to walk across the parking lot to go back inside of the bank to get more money for the teller stand. He grabbed $10,000 in cash and was being escorted by a guard back out to his teller post. As the two are walking back to the teller stand, they hear someone yell "freeze" and turn around to see the unknown bandits standing there, pointing again an M16 and a revolver at the two men. They take the bag with the $10,000 and then demand for the teller to unlock his booth. The teller is so afraid and freaked out, and his hands are shaking so much that he breaks off the key to the booth inside of the lock. The robbers are upset by this and slap the teller in frustration and then get into a black 4-door vehicle and begin to drive away. However, as luck would have it, an off-duty police officer was in line for the drive-thru and saw all of this happen. He had his revolver with him and began to aim it at the two men through the windshield as they walked by. The robbers saw him pointing the pistol at them and raised their rifle, to which quickly the cop put the gun down. However, this didn't deter the cop because as soon as the men leave the parking lot, he leaves the line and begins to tail them through town. He does this for a few blocks before the two robbers stop the car in the road. One of them gets out, stands next to the back of the car, and points a rifle straight at the man, which is a pretty clear sign to stop following him. So this time the cop leaves, but in the process of telling them, he manages to get their plate number. This time when the C1 division responds to the robbery, this man is able to give a pretty detailed account of the suspect's ethnicity, build, relative weight. So perhaps the two robbers, after this event, figured that because they weren't willing to get violent and loud, they allowed some information about them to get out, which means they're just one step closer to getting caught. This is a mistake they would not let happen again. Because that same day, only 90 minutes after that robbery, they would rob another bank.
Awesome.
About 18 blocks away at a
They went for the double, fucking morons.
Would enter the professional savings bank, and this time it was a more traditional takeover bank robbery. The two men went in with guns, started pointing them at people, telling everyone to get down.
The same day where the fucking guard dumped a revolver at them, they went and robbed another bank 2 hours later. What are the? I mean, it's got to be cocaine. These guys are high on cocaine. They've got cocaine habits.
For a teller to take them to the safe. They were sporting the same rifle and revolver that were reported at the bank robbery 90 minutes earlier. One of the two men, and we don't know if this was Maddox or Platt, because again,
fucking clowns
through this whole thing. But one of the two men hopped over the counter and told one of the tellers to take them to the Wells Fargo drop-off.
What?
It seemed that they had been casing out the bank and knew that earlier that morning, Wells Fargo had dropped off duffel bags of cash. After threatening to shoot employees, the vault was eventually unlocked, and the men left with 3 duffel bags of cash worth $41,469. And eyewitnesses said that the pair drove off in a gold Monte Carlo. And it seems that after this one, the two had finally successfully
Gold Monte
robbed
Carlo.
a bank or bank-related thing the way that they planned to rob it. There was no not being able to get into the truck. There was no key breaking off in the teller stand or whatever. If you combine that with the $10,000 they took at the bank an hour and a half earlier, they had made over $50,000. And it seemed that this satisfied the two men to some degree because they wouldn't hit another bank for a couple months. However, it seemed that letting the cop tail them from the earlier job in November was still ringing in their ears. Because when they did rob a bank again on January the 10th, 1986, they were much more violent. At 10:30 a.m., a Brinks truck was performing a drop-off at a Continental Bank branch. The courier was standing at the back of the truck unloading bags of money when all of a sudden he was shot in the back. One of the two had ran up and shot the teller in the back with a shotgun. And as he laid
Why
on the
would
ground,
you
the
shoot
other
him
one
with a
walked over
shotgun? Because you're a psycho. You don't shoot somebody in the back with a shotgun. That's got to be the most messy crime scene that you could possibly have. The guy's got to be bleeding out all over the place. He got a bunch of fucking holes in his back from a shotgun and shit. Like, that is such a terrible idea. Do not shoot that guy in the back with a shotgun. That's a terrible idea.
with his rifle and shot him twice more in the back. They grabbed the bags of money out of the back of the bank truck.
I don't want to die. You're not letting me heal. You're not letting me heal.
Drove away. Somehow, the courier was critically injured, but somehow he survived. Getting shot a lot and surviving is going to become a common theme as we continue through this story. Someone who was in the bank parking lot saw this go down and decided to tell the Monte Carlo as it left the bank. It followed the Monte Carlo to just a couple blocks down the road when the Monte Carlo parked in a Burger King parking lot.
Oh
the two
my
men got
God.
out, took the money and weapons, got into a white Ford truck, and drove away. So this investigation was pretty easy for the C1 because when they showed up to ask questions, this guy was like, they parked, parked right there. So the FBI make their way over to the Burger King parking lot and investigate the Monte Carlo. While they weren't able to pull anything conclusively on prints, the inside of the car was pretty junked up, they were able to get information from the plates. As the plates were registered to Emilio Brielle's father, the boy who went missing on October 4th that I mentioned earlier. Initially, the police were suspicious of the Brielle family because the car was never reported stolen, so it didn't pop up in their system. But when Ed Morales, again the guy who wrote the book about this whole thing, went to interview the family, he realized it's because they had just reported their son missing and the car was never officially stolen and it was the son that they cared about. Quite heartbreakingly, Ed Morales just takes Brielle's father out to the area where his son went missing, the rock pit outside of town, and he said he just drove around with the father all day, hoping they could find something about the boy. It would be a couple months later, on March the 1st of 1986, that Emilio's body was found. It seemed that the two men had shot Emilio in the head and then pushed his body outside of a 10-year-old into the surrounding swamps. What was left of Emilio
fucking 10-year-old
was mostly bones and tattered clothes at that point. It seems that Platt and Maddox had killed the boy just so there wouldn't be any witnesses. And they didn't want to commit the robberies in their own vehicle, so they figured they'd just kill someone and take theirs. We know this because less than 2 weeks after Emilio's body was found, the two men would do this same thing again. On March the 12th of 1986, a man named Jose Collazo was out target shooting near the area where Emilio disappeared, or as we know now, was murdered. He had driven out
fucking swinging dicks. They're just like, wherever they go, they just kill people. What the fuck?
Out there in his black two-door 1979 Monte Carlo. As he was out shooting, he said two men pulled up in a white Ford F-150 and just parked near him, watching for a little bit. Eventually, the truck drove down and the two men stepped out of the vehicle with weapons pointed at him. They took his keys and asked him if he was a cop for some reason before telling him to walk to a nearby pond. One of the two men ordered him to get down on his knees, and Jose, realizing where this was going, decided to fight back. As he went to turn, Jose was shot in the back and the arm before beginning a struggle for the rifle. As they fought over the gun, it went off again, this round hitting Jose in the side of the head, to which Jose, very smartly, played dead. The two men, assuming that he had been killed, stole his car and drove away in both vehicles. When they drove away, Jose got up and walked after having been shot 3 times several miles through the woods before getting to a nearby highway where he was able to...
Hey, you do what you have to do. You do what you have to do. If you want to live, that's what you have to do. That's what you do.
Flagged down a car that was filled with a family on a tourism trip from Michigan.
I remember I was up in the mountains and my friend R and I were doing, we were young and we were fighting. We were like, not, you know, we were just like brawling and stuff when we were drunk. We were just having fun. We were just horsing around. And he came stomping down on my fucking right foot, my 2 toes, and fucking fucked up my right toe completely, so bad. And we were extremely drunk. It was fucked up, and we were in the mountains. And so then I drove to the hospital because I mean there was no, I was gonna lose my sanity. I was in so much fucking pain. There was nothing there was nothing they could do. He broke my toe. It hurt so fucking bad, and I was so wasted. I was so uncomfortable. I needed painkillers and shit. It hurt so bad. So it was some of the worst pain I'd ever experienced. And so I drove hyperventilating 26 miles to Sheridan and to Sheridan, Colorado, to the closest fucking hospital. It was so stupid. And I got there and I was like, I'm sorry, I drunk drove here, but my friend, he fucking stomped down on my foot and fucking broke my fucking foot. And I'm here to get my foot treated and shit. They're like, it's okay, you do what you have to do, you know? I was like, I'm sorry, I'll take the DUI if I have to, but I was in so much pain. It's torture. It was some of the worst pain I've ever experienced. I've had some bad pain in my life. Like dental pain's always the worst. And then right underneath that is back pain, and then right underneath that was that fucking time that he stomped down on my fucking foot and broke 2 of my toes at the same time. 2 of my toes. He broke 2 of my toes, and they're like fused together. The bones in my 2 toes are like fused together, and now there wasn't shit they could do. They like gave me some pills, and they put some tape on my fucking toes, and they're like, have a nice day. And I was like, what? That's it? And they're like, yeah, we can't do anything. There's nothing we can do about this. He just stomped on your foot, broke your toes. There's nothing we can do. We can't refix your toes. They're just gonna be fucked up now. And I was like, oh, really? It fucking sucked. Some of the worst pain. That drive to the hospital, I was screaming. I was so mad at him. And it wasn't even like it was the irrational rage of a screaming drunk. You know what I'm saying? I was just screaming out the window, just like fuck you, why did you stomp on my foot, why? I knew I was never gonna really have the same 2 toes ever again. I was like, why did you stomp on my foot? You're fucking so stupid. He was just drunk. So was I. We were stupid. We were drunk, and we were having like a fake fist fight. We were brawling and fucking sparring, and he came crashing down on my fucking foot. Now, this is fucked up, but and I love my friend R or whatever. He's a good friend, but like, so later on, I'm like about 4 years later, we're standing outside my best friend's place, and we're sparring again, and I'm thinking about how my fucking toes are fucking fucked up because of him. I was thinking about it as we were doing it. I was like, last time we did this, I damn near like couldn't walk ever again. It was insane. I damn near almost lost my right foot. It was insane last time we did this. And sure enough, my best friend picks up my best friend C picks up my other best friend R. They're like wrestling. They're fake spar fighting in the front yard in the middle of the day, like 2 PM or something like that. And they're just, and they're wrestling. And my friend C is a much better fighter than my friend R, and he's also more intelligent and stuff. And he knew the grapple better. And so he fucked up the grapple, and he brought him down on his ACL with like both of their weight. It was like a football throw, but he brought him down on his ACL. I was there. I watched the whole thing fucking happen. It was fucking terrible. I heard the worst thing I've ever heard in my fucking life, which was a grown man screaming at the top of his fucking lungs as his ACL shatters in a career-ending fucking. I'll never forget the scream. It cut through us. You hear the kind of scream you would hear in the movies. It was insane. When it happened, he screamed so loud. He was like, ah, the top of his lungs. I'll never forget the sound. It was like a ghost dying. It was fucked up. And I don't know, maybe it was the karma of him smashing down on my toes when he was drunk or something like that. But my best friend, he career-ended him. He was this proud skateboard, snowboarder guy who I would say athleticism was his main interest in life. My friend R and my friend C, just by accident, he just brought him down on his ACL wrong and just fucking full-blown broke his ACL completely. It was fucked up. And so now I don't resent him for breaking my toes anymore because I watched what happened to him. You know, I feel so. We were just dumb and young and full of cum, and we were just fucking fighting. You know, and every time that we fought, somebody got hurt really fucking bad. People lost teeth. Like he came stomping down on my toes. I can show you what he did to my toes. Like so. Here's what my toes normally look like. I don't know if I can get the camera the right way, but here's what my toes normally look like on my normal foot. Right there. Here's what happened to my toes after he stomped on them. You can see the deformed. Do you see the deformed fucking toe? See how it's got a fucking nub of bone right there? It's fucking fucked up. You see how my fucking toe? It's not normal. It's got a jet of bone right there and shit. He fucked up my toe so bad he completely demolished my left toe. Fucking asshole. I'm still so mad at him about it. But then later on I watched him, you know, he was a really proud skateboarder, snowboarder guy who you know, athleticism was his main interest, and he had a career-ending ACL injury just from sparring. And both of us, you know, I guess that's karma. He fucking broke my toe. My best friend broke his fucking ACL. It was fucked up when I heard him scream. It was the most horrible shit. And like, and yeah, and I don't know, something about that driving to the hospital after he broke my toes, that is the craziest my life got. I drove so fast. I was going like 130, going down fucking 285 or something like that. I was praying that the cops would pull me over. And I would tell them I'm in the worst pain I've ever experienced, and I'm in a crisis. I'm terribly sorry. I need a fucking hospital, but I don't have a fucking cell phone, and I don't have a way to reach anybody, so I'm just driving 130 down fucking, you know, 285 trying to get to the fucking hospital before I pass out from the fucking pain and crash this car into a fucking wall or something. It was that bad. It was the scariest my life has ever been. Driving home, like, with the broken toes. It sounds like a pussy thing, because it is. But it was fucked up. It was the worst pain. It was the worst pain I'd ever been in. It was torture. I tried to lie down for like an hour and a half afterwards before I drove the car drunk, because I was like, I don't know what to do. It's the worst pain I've ever been in, and it's not going to end. They need to put me on morphine or something. Like he completely demolished my right toe. It was like pulp. My toe looked like pulp. It was disgusting. It was broken so badly. It was hanging off into the left and shit. And I was like, oh god damn, I'm gonna puke in the sink just fucking thinking about it. It was so bad. I was so mad at him. I was just screaming at the top. I'll never forget it. I had drank like a quarter handle or something like that. I was screaming at the top of my lungs. I was like, why did you stomp on my fucking toes, you fucking asshole? It was like a movie. I was like, why did you stomp on my toe? I was screaming it at the top of my lungs. I was hoping people might see or hear or alert the police and shit. I was just I was driving the car 110, wasted out of my goddamn mind, drunk and stoned, maybe the worst I'd ever been, maybe. Fucking screaming at my best friend. He wasn't there. He stayed in the mountains. He was like, I'm not going anywhere with you drunk like this. No. I was like, I'm going to the hospital. Fuck you. And I just left. I was like, you fucking demolished my toe, you fucking asshole. You did. I was so mad at him. I was like, you fucking demolished my toe. I'm never going to walk the same. And for what? Because we were sparring. But then he kind of got his. He had bad karma from that. I wondered sometimes if he did it on purpose, because he came down on my toes so fucking badly. I thought he did it on purpose. And later on, when I watched him take the ACL career-ending injury, I wondered if it might be karma. It was insane. In the moment when I heard him scream, I wondered if it might have been karma for my toes. I was like, Jesus Christ, are you paying the karma for when you broke my toes? That's what I thought in the moment when I saw it. I was like, oh no. When he screamed and I saw what happened, I was like, oh no, something's really wrong with him. And we didn't know what it was for a couple of days. We found out later, like 3 days later, what actually happened to him, which was his ACL was completely torn asunder. It was just completely career-ending, fucked up, gone. His ACL was just completely destroyed. And
who managed
I feel bad for him, but I mean, he fucking broke my toe. He fucking, I mean, I still, like in the winters and stuff, when like, say I've been out walking in the snow or something like that in Colorado, and my right toe gets fucking cold, it hurts so bad, and I think about him, and I want to sock him in the fucking face. He did not need to come down with all of his fucking weight on my right toe. He did not need to do that. It wasn't called for. It was malicious, kind of, what he did. I don't think he did it on purpose, but it was malicious in the way that it happened. It fucking sucked. God damn it.
To call the police and get him to the hospital. Now keep in mind, at this point, there's no connection between the series of bank robberies and this guy being...
Yeah, right now, you're up 53 grand and you haven't left a body in the gutter total. I guess you have. You've killed a little boy now. So you've left a body in the gutter that they're after you for, but they don't know who you are. You're just some nut in Miami that robbed a bank. So, like, you know, so at that point, you're up. I would get the fuck out of the country right then, there, that day. You have 50 grand, right? Fuck it. Just go charter a fucking boat cruise to Mexico and get the fuck out of there. Hand the captain 3 grand. Tell him all-inclusive, motherfucker. We need some place to go for like 2 weeks and shit. He's not going to ask any questions. It's $3,000 cash. He doesn't give a shit. And that's what I would not stay in the city of Miami after I robbed 2 banks in the same day, set off 2 smoke grenades, killed a little boy, they killed their ex-wives or whatever, they killed their wives and shit. And with all of that heat, there's no fucking way I'm not chartering a fucking boat the fuck out of Miami that day. I'm talking that day, motherfucker. They're planning to go back like 2 months later and hit another bank and all this shit. Nah, you got too much heat. You're a bad criminal. You give criminals a bad fucking name. You've killed your wives. You've killed a little boy witness now. You've got 3 bodies on you. You're the kind of nightmare that we don't mind when the pigs shoot you. You know what I'm saying? Fucking assholes. And like, yeah, and so then what? You're like planning your 4th bank robbery in a single year or something like that. Only real assholes rob 4 banks in a year or something like that. You got to be a real asshole to do that.
Shot and left for dead outside of the city.
Yeah.
With his vehicle stolen. It was the next day when one of the head investigators at the scene...
It's weird because on his soundtrack...
He won an agent named Ben Grogan.
There's an echo in the room he's in, and I couldn't tell if the echo was something he was doing on purpose or if it was just the acoustics of the room, but it's the acoustics of the room. He's got a bad echo, and it actually kind of bothers me. It makes me think that somebody is talking outside my house, but it's just the echo in his room.
Saw the story in the newspaper and decided that's their guy. Because it was the
his audio isn't that good. He needs like a better mic.
Same MO and location as Emilio's killing. Grogan correctly
see that feedback and all that sound in the background. It's hard to hear unless you're listening to it, but it sounds like there's a crowd of people talking outside of his house or something like that. It is feedbacking through his microphone, and it doesn't sound that good.
Assumed that this must be them trying to get another vehicle to.
It sounds like he's inside a fucking concert hall
to commit another robbery. But what they didn't count on this time was leaving Jose as a witness. So agents Ben Grogan and Jerry Dove go to interview Jose in the hospital, and Jose gives them a ton of useful information. He got a really good look at the guy, so he was able to provide police sketches and detailed attributes as to the men's voice and how they behave.
Oh man, white guy fucking perp photos are always so creeper. You can tell they've been wasted for 18 hours and they've had their shootout with the police or whatever, and they're all fucked up and tired. And so they get a police sketch, and then they always look like such chomos to me. Those guys look so evil to me.
He was able to confirm that the rifle the man was carrying was a Ruger Mini 14.
A Ruger
and because
Mini 14.
There weren't that many weapons
Why?
found after the fact,
Why?
I'm going to assume that all of the M16 reports from earlier robberies were actually this Ruger Mini 14. Which helps establish a connection between those robberies and our bandits as we would know them to be now.
Who the fuck rolls around Miami robbing banks with Mini 14s? Assholes, that's who. Nobody does stupid shit like that because we all know what happens. 25 to life in the con college.
And of course, Jose's plate number of NTJ891. Well, it seems after acquiring a new getaway car, the guys were excited to use it because they would commit their next robbery 1 week later. As a matter of fact, they would go back to the same bank they committed the January.
Oh, good. They went back to the previous bank they robbed. That's always wise when criminals go right back to the original scene of the crime. That seems good.
10th robbery at. The one where the courier was shot 3 times and someone identified the gold Monte Carlo. This was another takeover robbery with them going in and being loud and jumping behind the desk so that they could steal money directly from tellers. At one point, again, either Platt or Maddox, we don't know, at the front door, yelled to whoever was stealing money from the tellers, "Hurry up, John," which obviously John is an alias. Neither of them are named John. I bet they thought they were so clever for that one. And the two would leave in a black Monte Carlo, to which a bystander confirmed the plate number, confirming that all of these were the same people. However, this takeover netted a much lower amount compared to their last robbery, as at this one, they only stole $8,338. The C1 division wanted these people caught fast.
If I wanted to like a lot of fast money, I'm not robbing a bank. That seems like pretty much the one place you're not really going to get any real money. I think anywhere else you're going to get a lot more money. Okay, you know what I would do if I wanted to rob somebody? I think I'd rob a parking code enforcer. Because they pull mad bank out of those fucking parking meters. Go to a major metropolitan, rob a parking enforcer. They pull crazy quarters out of those fucking machines. That can't possibly be that much money, but I think it's a lot. By the end of the day, I think it's like tens of thousands. I think it's up in like 20 or 30 grand, I think, by the end of the shift. And like if you go at the right time, parking enforcement, I know because I used to work, I used to basically rob the parking enforcement place at the National Western Stock Show, fucking blind, because I worked parking for them for a long time, and like fucking, and I was like robbing them fucking blind, but they don't track anything. They make so much goddamn money. They don't care if you pocket $20. They don't care. They make so much money off parking. Every time some asshole comes to some pro event, they drop $25 on the parking spot. So if the parking attendant has moved to like 40 cars, you know how much money that is? That's like $4,000 to $6,000 or something like that. And that's just one of the parking attendants, right? So event parking staff. I would rob event parking staff over several weekends. In several different places, at metropolitan events, at like places like the Pepsi Center. I would rob parking enforcement because they have mad cash. They have mad cash right there in their apron, and the parking enforcement tool isn't going to have a pistol or anything like that. You could probably rob them with a knife, honestly. And like I think about that shit all the time. I'm like, no, there's all these other people that have lots and lots and lots of cash. You know where else has a lot of fucking money? A strip joint. Strip joint right at about 3:15 in the fucking morning when they're shutting down and shit. They'll have something like 30 or 40 grand in cash up in that motherfucker, and they're not gonna fucking stop you like a bank staff. Like, you know, the bouncer's big, and they're gonna probably go for it. They're probably gonna try and be a fucking hero and shit. But maybe not if you've got a shotgun up in their face and 2 or 3 dudes. I don't know about that. Yeah, like I would absolutely rob strip joints way before I would fucking rob You know, I would rob the strippers and the fucking and the impresario at the fucking strip joint at about 3:05 in the morning, where they're all high and exhausted, and the girls have been dancing for 5 hours, and the security's drunk and tired, and the shift just ended, and nobody's paying attention at all. And you sweep up in there, you kidnap 2 or 3 of the most beautiful girls in the fucking place, you stick guns to their fucking heads, and they're like, if you don't want them to die, everybody's throw your money on the fucking table. Everybody here, from the fucking manager to the strippers to the fucking people in the back to the fucking, you know, to the safe in the motherfucking back, you're gonna crack all of it. All your jewelry, all your fucking cell phones, all your car keys, everything, all of it. Toss it all on the fucking table, all of it. All their cell phones, everything, right? Trust me, it's gonna be like 40, 50 grand. It's gonna be like 40, 50 grand. And yeah, the bouncers might have guns, but they're not like, you know, but they're not waiting like the bank fucking pig is. They don't have advanced FBI set up to press a red button to call the FBI and shit like this. They're a strip joint. They're going to have security and they're going to be ready for problems like this, and they're going to be savvy about how to stop it. So I would be a little bit scared of it, but I would be a lot more willing to rob a strip joint than a fucking bank. And the strip joint's going to have a lot more accessible cash right then and there, especially if you hit them at the exact right time. At about, right at about 2:17 in the fucking morning, they've shut and locked those fucking doors. But I mean, all you got to do is get a human. All you got to do is get a human, stick a gun up in their face, and they're going to open the fucking door. They're going to open the door for you. That's how it works. You know, if you don't open up this fucking door, I'm going to cap you where you fucking live and stand right here. I'm going to leave you on the fucking sidewalk, and I'm going to go for the next person. Trust me, they're gonna be like, open the door, open the door, open the door. Yep. And then you just, all right, you're like, you tell every girl in the place, all right, run your pockets, run your fucking purses. I want to see, I want to see the insides of your bras and stuff. I want to see all the money you got, everything you fucking have, throw it on the motherfucking table. And yeah, a bunch of strippers and some drunk douchebag fucking bouncer tool are not gonna stop like 2 armed nuts. They're not gonna do that. You just take the whole place for everything they've got. All the cash that the bar made, all the tips that the bartenders made, all the fucking, you know, you rob that whole staff. You rob that entire staff for one night. They're not going to care. They make so much money. They're going to care, but they're not going to care to shoot you or try to fight you for it. They know that the next day they're all going to pull another $1,000 again, and they're not going to care about losing $1,000 or whatever. But trust me, between what the strip joint pulled, what the strippers pulled, and what the bartender made, it's going to be between like $35,000 and $55,000, somewhere around there, maybe 60 grand. Those places make so much money on a fucking Saturday night, and they'll be easy as hell to roll. They'll all be drunk and they'll all be on drugs. Criminals are fucking stupid. They go right to the fucking source, and they're like, I'm gonna rob the bank where the money is. That's so goddamn dumb. It's so dumb. There's 15 fucking cameras all over that motherfucker. Since the 60s, it's been like that. You want your face on you want your fucking face in front of a fucking detective? Go rob a bank. If you want your face to be seen by a whole lot of detectives and be chased like some kind of fucking dog down in the streets, you know what I'm saying? Go rob a fucking bank. There's so many other people I could think of robbing. For instance, you could go to a taxi stand downtown outside of the hotels at like, you know, right about, I'd say about 2 in the morning, something like that. You could rob you some taxi drivers. And you're going to make like, you know, you can make probably I'd say probably about 10, 15 grand. 10, 15 grand. If you rob like me about 4 or 5 taxi drivers at the right place at the right time, you know, the good old boys who run the downtown metro airplane ring. They're I used to think of them as the bling ring. They're the airplane ring. I knew a bunch of guys out of Denver who were Somali. And they were, you know, they were amazing men. They weren't just Somali. It was like a whole crew of Africans and stuff. It was insane. And they ran the Bling Ring, which is the people who drive like $75 taxi rides to DIA, and they controlled the scene. They ran it downtown outside the hotels. Those guys are fucking rolling in it. I could pull easily 10 grand off them. They're fucking rolling in cash. Now you would have to hit them at the right time, like right after the right event. Like, say, the Super Bowl or something like that. But, I mean, not when the Broncos win. But yeah, right outside the taxi stand during Super Bowl, yeah, you could probably get yourself about 5-10 grand that way without even seeing a gun. You know what I'm saying? These jackasses rob banks like they don't have guns and fucking cameras and fucking helicopters and pig choppers in the sky and fucking, helicopters chasing you on the highways and shit like this. Nah, rob a strip joint at 2:15 in the morning and then fucking take off on foot. You don't even have to drive away. You could probably take off on foot, frankly. Like there's gonna be such if they see the firepower, they're gonna let you leave, and you could literally like probably take off on foot out of that fucking strip joint, right? Lock them in there, so they have to bust the door to get out. Lock them in there and fucking leave with their fucking money. It'd probably be like 30-40 grand, something like that. Yeah, strip joints pull real good money on a Friday or Saturday night, right? I would never do this. I'm just saying this is how I think as a criminal. Would you rather rob a bunch of drunk junkies at the fucking strip joint, or would you rather rob dudes with guns who take pictures of your fucking face and send pig choppers after you in the sky and shit like that? I'm robbing the strip joint. I'm not robbing the fucking bank. Piece of shit criminals are so bad at what they do. Like what? And then it just gives it a bad name too.
It seems
they've already left two, but they've killed their wives. They've killed a little boy witness. Now they've like shot a poor guard in the back with a shotgun, and this shit gives crime